Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests from government, diplomatic corps, private sector, the academe, civil society, and our friends from media. Welcome, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. On behalf of the Strat-Based Institute, thank you for joining today's high-level forum, and this is a mouthful, on the subject Enhancing Cyber Resilience Approach, or rather, Enhancing Cyber Resilience Approaches, Responses, and Practical Actions. Now that's a lot. To officially begin our program, may I invite everyone to please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Here.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting.
Sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingil.
Sa dagat ang tulong, sa simoy at sa langit mong lugaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Ang iskap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning.
Ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim.
Sumanang araw ng walang ipagsira, gaya natin sa Pinoy. Ang hinaya na bangay marami.
Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please take your seats. Again, a very good morning to all of us. I am Monis Berto, a long-time communications practitioner, about 40 plus years. So I have seen the transition from the analog world to the digital one. By the way, let me just do a quick test. How many of you still read newspapers? Okay, so we have a baby boomer population here. But I'm sure you know that the younger kids, no, not paper, okay? Anyway, but having said that, some of the challenges that we need to face are actually as old as the pyramids. But they have taken new and very dynamic forms with the development of cyber technology, digital technology. And that's what we're going to take up today. Today's event is part of the Strat-Based Group's annual Pilipinas Conference, now in its 10th year. Congratulations, sir. Now in its 10th year as a leading thought leadership platform driving multi-sectoral collaboration and shaping policies that addresses the Philippines and the Indo-Pacific's evolving security, cybersecurity, and economic challenges. We'd like to acknowledge at the start the presence of so many distinguished individuals from different sectors, starting with the diplomatic community. We have representatives from the embassies of Italy, Spain, United Kingdom, Vietnam, the Czech Republic, and Taiwan. We also have representatives from different departments of the Philippine government, specifically the Department of Foreign Affairs, Budget and Management, National Defense. And also, we also have representatives from the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine Coast Guard, who has been very busy these past couple of months. So thank you for joining us this morning. Now, to start, get the ball rolling, I'd like to please call and please welcome Professor Victor Andres Dindomanhit, the President of Strat-Based Institute, to give you the welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Friends, colleagues of our institute. 10 years ago, we hosted our first conference, Pilipinas Conference, here in Peninsula. The idea of, at the time there was a change of government, that was 2016, and we thought of helping shape the discussions, the dialogues. So it's my pleasure this morning to welcome all of you to the Strat-Based Institute's 2025 Pilipinas Conference. As I've said, for over a decade, this forum has brought together leaders from government, leaders from business, academia, and even civil society, and most especially, always our partnership with the diplomatic community. Today, we turn to a challenge now central to national strength, resilience, and sovereignty, and that is cyber security. In the evolving landscape, threats of the Indo-Pacific, threats increasingly emerge from the digital domain. Unseen, borderless, and asymmetrical. I remember using the word asymmetrical as early as 2013. Even my young colleagues were telling me, are we ready to use that, sir? But I said, we need to raise that issue. But as a rising middle power, the Philippines must strengthen its cyber resilience, as a digital front has become a new era or arena for conflict, encompassing cyber attacks, artificial intelligence, gray zone operations, and foreign information manipulation. As early as I remember reading this book, 1993, when I was still a professor, associate professor at De La Salle, we were warned that future conflicts would be won through information control, noting that net war would seek to shape what populations believe. Today, we see this prediction realized in unconventional tactics, such as deepfakes, AI-generated content, and coordinated disinformation campaigns, all of which exploit digital dependence and amplify social vulnerabilities. We now face threats that avoid conventional warfare and instead target our vulnerabilities through these unconventional methods. This includes cyber attacks leveraging persuasive technologies and foreign information manipulation, which blur traditional security boundaries, difficult to attribute, and allow actors, foreign actors, to maintain plausible deniability. But it's good to know that the Philippines has risen to Tier 2 in the 2024 Global Cybersecurity Index. It reflects significant improvements in our legal framework, technical systems, and institutional readiness. Yet the cyber threat landscape continues to evolve, demanding constant vigilance and sustained investment by both the public and the private sector. Global assessment further highlight that misinformation, disinformation, and cyber espionage are among the most pressing risks of the coming decade. Cyber operations are increasingly sophisticated and disruptive, striking at the core of national security and public trust. We are witnessing faster and more coordinated cyber attacks affecting both government and business. The stakes are even higher when critical infrastructures are targeted. Thus, cyber defense is no longer merely a technical issue. It is essential to national stability. Consequently, a comprehensive approach is needed to safeguard our system, preserve our public trust, and secure our digital future. Cyber threats do not respect borders. They ripple across the Indo-Pacific. In this context, partnerships among governments, the private sectors, international partners and allies are crucial to strengthen the intelligence sharing, coordinated responses, and build collective resilience. Across the region, the value of partnership is clear. Initiatives like the Quad strengthen cybersecurity, protect critical infrastructure, and promote trusted digital technologies, demonstrating that collaboration is essential in a borderless digital world. In my weekly column in the business world, every Wednesday, I highlighted cybersecurity is not only about technology. It is about trust. Strong cooperation among government, industry, academe, and international partners is critical to building capabilities and responding effectively to cyber threats. Strengthening our cybersecurity posture requires coordinated and proactive action at every level. At the public sector, at the state level, this means conducting regular threat assessments, enforcing existing regulations, prioritizing upskilling to cultivate a workplace or workforce capable of addressing rapidly evolving cyber risk. For the private sector, we were involved in this as early as 2013, plays an equal critical role by securing key infrastructure, driving technological innovation, and ensuring business continuity. Strong public-private collaboration is therefore essential to national resilience. At the international level, cyber diplomacy and regional cooperation are indispensable. By sharing intelligence, building joint capabilities, and aligning security standards, like-minded nations can present a united front against global cyber threat. Something that a lot of people don't know, I sit as chairman of the Advisory Council for Cybersecurity and co-chairman for Strategic Communication of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And this is what we have offered them, these thoughts. All these efforts lead to one undeniable truth. Cybersecurity is national security. Protecting our digital domain is a shared responsibility among the state, the private sector, and the international community, our partners among like-minded countries. Only through collaboration, trust, and sustained action can we build a secure and resilient digital future for every Filipino. Again, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much again, Professor Manhit. Cybersecurity, cyber resilience is indeed such a vital subject, especially for a country like the Philippines, which is often referred to as patient zero for disinformation globally. Okay, now let's call on someone who can share the national government's perspective on strengthening cyber resilience. I'd like to invite the Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, the Honorable Henry Aguda.
Magandang good morning to everyone. His Excellency Endo Kazuya, Ambassador from Japan. His Excellency Mark N.S. Brown, Ambassador, Embassy of Australia in the Philippines, sir. His Excellency David Hartman, Ambassador, Embassy of Canada. His Excellency Massimo Santoro, Ambassador, Delegation of the EU. His Excellency Andres Fafernosh, I hope I mentioned it correctly. Apologies if not. Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany, sir. His Excellency Mary Kay Carlson, U.S. Ambassador. Professor Dindo Manhit, of course. Representatives from the diplomatic community, excellencies, partners, friends of the Philippines, again, magandang good morning. I look around this room and I see the board of directors of the Philippines' future. I see the people who move markets and the people who write policies. My message to you today is simple. Digital disruption is not a theory. It is a survival issue, hand in hand with cybersecurity. I am not here to read you a boring speech about potential. I am here to talk about the hard work we need to do right here, right now. In the DICT, under the Bagong Pilipinas mandate, the party is over. We are done treating technology as a luxury. It is the engine of our economy, and frankly, the engine needs a massive tune-up. I firmly believe in data, not delusions. The data tells us that our digital economy, its share of the GDP, peaked in 2021, largely because of the pandemic. And during the pandemic, we went online. worked, studied, and enjoyed online. But look at where we are today. It has slid down to 8.4% of 2024. That is digital share of the Philippine economy. The Philippines is in a state of digital decline. We are falling behind. This is unacceptable. This is not merely about percentages. It is about people. Every point we lose is a missed chance for better jobs, higher income, and future where every Filipino can take part in the digital age. While we are comfortable, our neighbors were hungry. Our failure, while the rest of the ASEAN took advantage of the pandemic to digitize, we did not. Look at this comparison. Singapore is 25%. Malaysia is over 20%. Even Vietnam is overtaking us, climbing to 18% of their GDP as digital. Meanwhile, we have flatlined. We missed the opportunity to fully digitalize. That stops today. The President ordered the DICT and the rest of the government to fix the problem. His resolve has never wavered in spite of the political noise. That is why the Philippines used the chairship of the ASEAN in this coming year to focus on AI. And yes, we will find an ASEAN AI future that starts in this country this year. This stagnation comes with real cost. Major hyperscalers are bypassing the Philippines, choosing our neighbors instead. China and Indonesia host 6 of the largest hyperscalers: AWS, Microsoft, Google, Alibaba, Huawei, and Tencent. Singapore and Malaysia host 5. Philippines hosts 2. Now look at us. We are lagging, and this has to change. This is the hyperscaler opportunity. We need to make the Philippines the logical landing point of data in Asia. We have the talent. We have the geography. Now we must have the infrastructure. But all is not lost. I believe we can not only catch up to our ASEAN neighbors, but leapfrog. But before we can seize the opportunity, we must confront the core challenges holding us back. Why are we lagging? It comes down to fundamental issues. First is connectivity. It is a basic human right. When Filipinos remain unconnected, they are cut off from the digital opportunities. A signal alone is not enough. The digital highway cannot be a dirt road. We need to eliminate 2G and 3G. We're close to doing that. Today, many Filipinos use digital tools, but we have not yet made them essential to daily life and livelihood. For the past few months, most of you have seen me and the President connect schools, healthcares, and communities. We've gone as far north as Batanes, as far south as Tawi-Tawi. The President is decided to make sure that by end of his term, every Filipino will be connected. Second is digital adoption. The private sector is not blameless here. Many of our companies have not adopted the digital economy practices. We are still running analog businesses in a very digital world. This is a recipe for obsolescence. We need a whole-of-nation approach for digital transformation. So we know the problem. Now here's the fix. We are executing a 3-pillar action. Fast deployment of infrastructure speed is our currency. We are cutting red tape to roll out the national fiber backbone and ensure free Wi-Fi for all reaches the farthest barangays. We are building the highway so you can drive the economy. We extended the operating, as an example, we extended the operating license of common tower companies from 5 years. The President just said, make it 15. And by the way, after 15 years and you're about to renew, you automatically get renewed. No more red tape. Any critical infrastructure would have to experience the red carpet. Drive adoption across all sectors. We are pushing massive integration. This means industry modernization and putting real tools in people's hands. Institutionalized governance. This is crucial. We cannot build a digital nation uh, on a foundation of sand. We are institutionalizing cybersecurity and governance to protect our critical infrastructure. We are treating cyber threats with zero tolerance. We've proven that in Oplan Cyberdome. We've proven that if the private sector and the public sector come together, we will overcome every November 5. And of recent memory, we overcame the Cloudflare issue. Driving digital adoption is not just about having digital services. It is about building a full ecosystem where every sector, every person, and every piece of technology works together and thrives. We are creating a system where government, citizen, and the private sector lift each other up. E-governance with the eGov app services together and make sure agencies work. Now, we are also launching transparency portals. And in the next coming days, you will see each and every government agency launching their own transparency portals. Industry and talent. We help industries modernize, guide core sectors to go digital, grow startups through Startup Development Fund. And I was sharing with some of our friends earlier, I've been working very hard with the economic team and with the Philippine Stock Exchange to ease the listing requirement for technology startups. Maybe I might say this, we might rename the small board into the Tech and Innovation Board. We will ride the AI wave, making the government more responsive with the likes of Kuya A, which is already on the eGov app, and Tala, which is consumer response AI from ARTA. So if you have problems with your building permits and it's taking so long, you can ask Tala what's happening, and it will log the complaint and it will give you feedback immediately. This network makes sure we go beyond just adopting technology. It sets us up for lasting economic-wide growth. What happens when we do all of this? So I have a bunch of economists working for me. This is the painstaking work that they did together with PSA and DepDev. This is our target. We are not settling for linear growth. We are aiming, as the president says, hyper-exponential growth. So I had a meeting with the president at his residence one time and said, our economy has to grow if you use digital, not linearly, not exponentially, but hyper-exponential. I have a math and economics background, and this is the first time I've heard the hyper-exponential approach. But I think we can do it. From 8.4% dip today, we are targeting our rocket ship trajectory to 12.5% by 2028. This is ambitious. Some say it's impossible. To them, I say, watch us work. How have we done so far? I will give you a bold prediction. By end of 2025, the dip would have been corrected. The share of digital economy of the Philippines would have gone back to growth rather than decline. My economist told me not to come up with any figure, but I leave you with it's better than 8.4. This growth delivers real results. Good, lasting jobs, fast and reliable internet for every school and home, and life with more convenience and opportunity. This is digital bayanihan in action. This is the digital bagong Pilipinas. But progress rests on a secure foundation. Digitalization is not just about speed, it's about trust. Foreign investors now weigh cybersecurity when choosing where to put their money. To attract the hyperscalers who passed us up, we must give them more than just bandwidth. We must give them security and resilience. This is where you, the leaders and innovators of cybersecurity, play your most important role. Our call to action: invest, integrate, and align with us. Protect our digital ecosystem. Be the foundation of trust that lets every Filipino step safely into the new era of prosperity. By investing in digital defense, you are not just guarding data, you are safeguarding our shared economic future. Let's make the Philippines known for not just for growth, but for unbreakable digital resilience. We're going back to basics. We're eliminating all the compromised infrastructure in the country. you hear me talk about the elimination of 2G, 3G. I'm going around all the government agencies right now where we're notorious for unpatching databases, and every equipment that's already out of service, end of life, have to be eliminated. So the ICT will be working closely with all the other agencies to move for a massive upgrading of all our infrastructure and comply with the best-in-class cybersecurity practices. Again, thank you and mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Sa dating papel at lapis, lumang paraan, ngayon may bagong mundo, hawak mo
Maraming salamat. Thank you very much,
smartphone na
Secretary Aquino,
laman.
for that very interesting
Mula
presentation.
bundok hanggang tabing
Digital
dagat,
bayanihan.
lahat kasama
Okay.
lang,
So
kahit
we
sino
will
ka
move or
man,
progress from
basta't
Filipinos
Pilipino,
helping each other by
laban
carrying
lang.
bamboo houses. Now
walang
we will have QR
iwanan.
codes in our sari-sari stores.
Tara na't
Okay, thank you very much
sumabay
again,
sa
Secretary.
digital.
Our next speaker, to give us a perspective from the diplomatic side, our next speaker will be, our next keynote address rather, will be from a country that has consistently championed cybersecurity cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Please welcome His Excellency Endo Kazuya, Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines.
Honorable Henry Aguda, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, thank you very much for your very inspiring message to all of us. Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, President of Strat-Based Institute, thank you very much for organizing this very timely, important meeting, and congratulations to the 10th Filipinas Conference. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Magandang mga po sa inyong lahat. Isang karangalan na makasama ko kayo ngayong umaga. In today's increasingly digitally interconnected age, the borderless cyberspace has become an indispensable social infrastructure for all activities across the globe. Its strategic significance and inherently public character are widely recognized. Yet, along these opportunities, the threat of cyber attacks, where attackers hold the upper hand, is rapidly escalating. According to the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology of Japan, cyber attack-related communications to its monitoring server grew from 63 billion packets in 2015 to 686 billion packets in 2024. The threats take many forms: the disruption or destruction of critical infrastructure, interference in other nations' elections, demands for ransom, and the theft of sensitive information. Addressing these threats swiftly and effectively has become an urgent priority for the international community, requiring collective action and shared responsibility. As 2025 draws to a close, last week the Philippines announced its priorities for its ASEAN chairship, highlighting the role of artificial intelligence in each field. AI-driven solutions for responding to new and evolving security risks. AI-driven solutions for advancing a digitally empowered community. And AI for enhancing health and education. All require appropriate cybersecurity measures. To date, Japan has consistently prioritized and advanced a free and open Indo-Pacific as a pillar of our diplomacy, aiming to foster peace, stability, and prosperity across the region. The Indo-Pacific is home to half of the world's population and serves as a critical engine of global economic growth, making the pursuit of a stable and open regional order a matter of both regional and global significance. For Japan, cooperation with ASEAN, which lies at the heart of this region, is vital. Close coordination with the Philippines is of even greater importance to us in this regard. Furthermore, the importance of strengthening cybersecurity throughout the Indo-Pacific region, including the Philippines, has already been recognized within the Quad framework. Today's meeting itself builds on the agreement reached at the Japan, US, Australia, India Foreign Ministers meeting in July 2024, where leaders agreed to accelerate capacity building projects, including an international conference on cyber capacity building in the Philippines. Amidst the challenging realities and global trends shaping today's cybersecurity environment, it is both timely and significant that cybersecurity stakeholders from like-minded nations, transcending boundaries of industry, government, and academia, come together to discuss pressing issues at this juncture, as the Philippines energetically prepares for its upcoming ASEAN chairship next year. Having previously been responsible for the Japan, US, Australia, India Quad framework at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, I am honored to have this opportunity to speak. In the face of a challenging security environment and taking into account the heightened threat of cyber attacks, Japan's national security strategy, formulated in December 2022, explicitly set forth the policy to strengthen Japan's cybersecurity response capabilities to a level equal to or surpassing that of leading nations. Consequently, in May of this year, the Cyber Response Capability Strengthening Act, along with the necessary amendments of relevant acts, was enacted to introduce active cyber defense. The measures established regulations to enhance incident reporting to the government and strengthen vulnerability responses by critical infrastructure operators across 14 business sectors, including electricity, gas, information and communications, and finance. During the discussions of this bill, industry representatives pointed out that institutional measures are necessary to ensure private sector entities who will be subject to new incident reporting obligations under this law truly appreciate the significance of public-private collaboration. Consequently, this act also includes provisions related to information sharing between the government and businesses. I believe all participants here today understand that strengthening national cybersecurity measures requires two-way information sharing between the public and private sectors. Moreover, the law now authorizes the police and self-defense forces to implement access and neutralization measures to prevent serious harm from cyber attacks, in accordance with strict conditions designed to respect the secrecy of communications. In July this year, the National Cybersecurity Office was newly established within the Cabinet Secretariat to serve as the control center for cyber policy. The NCO, National Cybersecurity Office, is now working in close coordination with relevant ministries and agencies to advance cybersecurity policies, including the implementation of active cyber defense. However, improving cybersecurity cannot be achieved through the efforts of a single nation alone. In the borderless cyberspace, vulnerabilities within one country or region can quickly become vulnerabilities for the entire international community, posing risks to societies across geographical borders. From this perspective, the following points have become a shared understanding. One, no single nation can address threats in cyberspace alone. International cooperation is indispensable. Two, given the diverse range of potential targets, public-private collaboration is crucial and confidence building is essential. Three, consequently, capacity building support for vulnerable nations is of paramount importance. With that in mind, Japan is providing capacity building support centered on ASEAN countries, the core of a free and open Indo-Pacific, through the expertise of relevant ministries and agencies, specifically to enhance the capabilities of ASEAN cybersecurity personnel and critical information infrastructure operators. Japan established the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, AJCCBC, in Thailand. This center conducts joint tabletop exercises, workshops, and other activities. To date, this AJCCBC has provided training to approximately 4,400 ASEAN personnel, attracting international attention. Numerous participants from the Philippines have also taken part, making the cumulative number of Philippine participants the second highest after Thailand. As Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae shared with ASEAN leaders at the 28th Japan-ASEAN Summit held recently in Malaysia, Japan intends to strengthen its efforts through the AJCCBC. In addition, under the ARF's intersessional meeting on ICT security, Thailand, Canada, and Japan are working together to conduct a workshop in Thailand. The workshop will focus on promoting governance in cyberspace, including policies, institutions, and interagency coordination. Speaking of our bilateral relationship with the Philippines, cooperation to enhance the cybersecurity capabilities of the Department of Information and Communications Technology has been implemented through JICA since October 2023. This tailored initiative has provided targeted cooperation under three pillars. One, enhancing the technical capabilities of DICT's cybersecurity division. Two, strengthening interagency coordination among relevant Philippine government departments and agencies. And three, raising cybersecurity awareness. While Japan has primarily focused on enhancing capabilities within the Department of Information and Communications Technology, which oversees cybersecurity policy, improving cybersecurity across the Philippines requires a holistic approach that encompasses both the public and private sectors. Therefore, moving forward, we expect progress in establishing and operating computer emergency response teams across the government departments led by the DICT. Equally important, we believe, is the enhancement of cybersecurity risk response capabilities of private sectors, particularly in key business sectors overseen by each department and agency. Beyond its geographical significance, the Philippines BPO industry, which handles personal and confidential information for companies worldwide, is a major pillar of its economy. Digital financial services like GCash are also widely used by citizens. I understand that enhancing Philippines' cybersecurity capabilities is required not only by the Philippines itself, but also by many representatives from various countries participating today. Given the Philippine government's tremendous efforts to further advance the digitalization across both the public and private sector, this issue will remain to be a political priority. Japan will continue to effectively cooperate in enhancing the Philippines' cybersecurity capabilities, working closely with the governments of these countries and fully utilizing each country's resources. As highlighted earlier and building on what has been shared, strengthening cooperation and capacity building in cybersecurity across the Indo-Pacific region, particularly with ASEAN countries, including the Philippines, is crucial. Through this conference, which brings together distinguished experts from Japan, the United States, Australia, and the Philippines, I am confident that our in-depth discussions on concrete responses to cyber attacks, international cooperation and coordination, and capacity building will strengthen our collective efforts to advance the vision of a free, fair, and secure cyberspace for all. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang secure and prosperous cyberspace. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ambassador. And if you don't mind, sir, please join us again here on stage for a photo op. Can we also call on Mr. Yamamoto Takeyomi, Director of the National Security Policy Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan? Yes, please join us here. Okay. Let the photographers take over. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We'll now proceed on to the, thank you very much. Yes, sir. After those keynote speeches, we'll now proceed to the first panel. This is panel number one. which will tackle the topic collaborating for a secure Indo-Pacific. This will explore how countries and institutions can work together to counter cyber threats. This session highlights opportunities for joint action, capability building, and information sharing, and examines how national and regional efforts can reinforce one another to strengthen collective cyber resilience. With that, now, may we call on our panel of diplomats to share their insights and address the key issues at hand. Joining us is His Excellency Mark Innes Brown, Ambassador, Embassy of Australia in the Philippines. Thank you. And then we'd also like to call on His Excellency, Mr. David Hartman, Ambassador, Embassy of Canada. Next is His Excellency Massimo Santoro, Ambassador, Delegation of the European Union to the Philippines. And joining us as well is Jennifer Schmidt, ICT Unit Chief of the Economic Section of the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. And to moderate this discussion, please welcome Ms. Regina Lay. Good morning, Regina. Anchor and Business Editor at One News and 2024 Jefferson Fellow of the East-West Center. Okay. Regina, now it's your show.
Good morning. I have a confession to make. Just last night, I got an email from Google saying some of my passwords were found online. So clearly, I am not a paragon of cyber resilience, but I do know how to ask questions, so let's get started. I thought I'd try to sharpen our focus a little bit because each of your countries has committed significant resources to help with Philippine cyber resilience. But as Dindo was saying earlier, cyber resilience covers a wide range, right? So I guess my first question to you is, what specific threat are you most concerned about at this point and why? Is it disinformation? Is it sabotage of critical infrastructures? Is it espionage? Is it, what else is there? Subsea cables. It covers a wide range. So ladies first, as always. Jennifer?
Absolutely. Thanks, Regina. And good morning, Your Excellencies. So I'd say absolutely the geopolitical threat is top of mind for the United States, as well as the threat to critical information infrastructure. So we're trying to find ways, working with the government of the Philippines, working with our private sector, to provide people with market-based options to avoid getting locked into, say, one untrusted supplier. So to both give people choice to improve connectivity, as the Secretary said is his goal, but while we're doing so, to ensure that we are maintaining that critical security of our network systems and our critical infrastructure.
That's interesting. What does market-based solutions look like? I mean, how does it normally work versus what you're proposing?
It's really just making sure that the market is there. So some of our adversaries often undercut the market, providing subsidies for untrusted suppliers to gain a foothold. We like to respect market principles, and we think we can do so while increasing connectivity and cybersecurity simultaneously.
Fantastic. Ambassador Santoro?
Regina, thanks a lot. Sorry, it's my fault. It's not Mike's fault. Okay. Yeah, super. Regina, thanks a lot. And again, good morning to everybody. It's an interesting question that you put because difficult to identify one single thing. I think the presentations before spoke clearly about the fact that everything is interconnected, both in terms of which kind of threats and in terms of how we should work together, so the international dimension. For us in the EU, maybe I can say that the last piece of legislation is just for some couple of days ago, and it's related to elections. So it's about the cyber threats related to election processes. And this is why we have just adopted the European Democracy Shield, which will be operating in particular in order to first protecting the integrity of the information. Secondly, on reinforcing the institutional capabilities in all of the EU member states. And thirdly, it's about societal literacy, about what the threats are and how to tackle these threats. But this is just, honestly, in terms of time, the last piece of legislation. We try to cover all the many challenges we have. You mentioned a second ago submarine cables. Difficult to say that this is less of a priority than, for example, a proper electoral management without intruders. Or, for example, the capacity for each user to go on the web and be sure that what he or she does read is correct and it's not foreign information manipulation interfered.
Right.
So, difficult to identify one single thing. What is important is to identify responses for all the possible topics and do it in an internationally friendly and interconnected environment.
And have you figured it out, the responses for all of these problems?
Again.
I reserve the hardest questions for him because this is the second time I'm interviewing him in 2 weeks, so we know each other. Come on, Ambassador Santoro.
Responses are difficult to this, you know it well. The fact is that I would say partnering is the most important aspect. If I have to identify one common thread to the various responses we're identifying, I mentioned the legislative dimension, but of course that comes together with an operational one.
Right.
It comes together with putting together the public and the private dimension. It's very articulated, but the common response for all of these is partnering with the several like-minded partners we have, the Philippines, the EU,
Right.
good number. I think Ambassador Endo before was clearly mentioning how much the international dimension is for all of these, and interestingly enough, also in the case of Ambassador Endo's presentation, all the main responses elements, both legislative and operational, were all very recent. This is something that we also have in common. Why? Because these are emerging threats, are dynamic threats. And we have to ensure that not only operationally, but also from the rules-based point of view, we are equipped with the right legislation, because that is what determines if your action is legal or not.
Right. Fair point. Ambassador Hartman?
Yes, it's a great question. I think fundamentally the crass and short answer is all of the above. I think the reality is we're talking about the types of technologies that now fundamentally underpin and enable our societies, whether it's collaboration, public sector, private sector, whether it's the protection and enhancement and promotion of our democracies. In every vector, from every angle of assessment, from every prism, these digitally technologies all underpin our societies, underpin our ability to be free and prosperous. And again, just to reiterate, what my good friend Massimo just said, it's about partnership. It's about partnership amongst like-minded nations. It's about partnership, to enhance the capacity of partners who are at a more incipient stage of hardening their societies from whether it's foreign manipulation, FEMI, malign influence and foreign interference, all of these types of areas. Right now, the era is one for absolute partnership, because it goes back to those founding principles as an enabling technology in the 21st century. Here in 2025, the protection and promotion of the digital space is of paramount importance to all of our respective societies.
Right, that's absolutely true. But specific to Indo-Pacific, what are you prioritizing?
Frankly, all of the above. So we are focusing on all of those areas with all of our partners, all the various stakeholders within Philippine civil society, within the government, all of the various agencies and departments. We're very blessed to have considerable capacity in this space. Canada has been one of the very first pioneering countries in the world in information communications technologies. And so we are proud of that capacity that we have, both from a government perspective, but also perhaps most importantly amongst our civil society and private sector. So it really is for us a very comprehensive approach here, in fact touching upon all of those various areas that you mentioned at the outset. So slow and steady wins the race. Although, as some of the data showed earlier, time is of the essence. We are engaging here across the entire spectrum of engagement in the digital
Right,
space.
absolutely. Okay, I'll take that answer. But that means, Ambassador Ines Brown, I'm sorry, you can't say all of the above. What is Australia prioritizing at this point?
Sorry? Can you
Um,
repeat that question? Sorry.
So within the realm of cyber resilience and cyber threats, what threat are you most concerned about at this point, and what are you prioritizing?
Well, I'm afraid I will have to say all of the above because it's not just one threat. So, what I would say is there's a couple of dimensions to it. One is the corporate sector, and I think we've seen the importance of working with the corporate sector. It's both a source of vulnerability, but also a source of capability. And in Australia's case, in terms of trying to build capability of our partners, the Australian government has been very proactive in utilising the skills and capabilities of the corporate sector to help other nation states out in recent times. So it's harnessing all national strength to help our friends. The other thing, just I'd add, so I'm not repeating what everyone else said, is an important sort of dimension of this is cooperation, not only on capacity building, but also what you do about it when there's this malign activity going on. And Australia believes firmly, along with our partners, that we should call out malign activity, and it's sort of something that I've been talking to local partners about what our experience in that area. But the other thing in our toolkit which we're deploying is also sanctions against malign actors. And actually, just this morning in Australia, along with our UK and US allies, we announced some sanctions against a couple of Russian entities and individuals that have been propagating malware to actors to attack our business systems in Australia. So I think we need to work together. This is about the 5th time Australia's done this, so announced a sanctions package. But we need to take also proactive action and raising the cost for this malign activity. Otherwise, it's just going to keep happening.
When you talk about sanctions, are you looking to, what's the policy there? Are you looking to sanction just individuals or potentially even statewide?
Well, these are entities. Today's sanctions businesses, a couple of businesses, and also individuals.
Right.
And it's about sort of trying to cut off financial flows and other contact with them so that they can't operate in the Australian context.
What about the bit about calling out malign influence actors? What have you done in that space specifically?
So periodically there's been these sort of rather significant attacks on national infrastructure in different places, and what we do is we work with a number of partners. We hope that number of partners will actually grow over time, but at the moment like-minded countries, small group of like-minded countries have been calling out these attacks when they happen afterwards, so that we can highlight the fact that certain countries and certain entities in those countries are actually up to this activity to try to undermine our systems and create confusion and impose economic cost.
And when you call out, do you name the country?
We do name actors and countries.
Okay. Go ahead, Ambassador.
I would just add to that. I think attribution is increasingly an important element in our collective response. As they say, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And frankly, it's very analogous, I think, to the local context about the government of the Philippines' transparency policy. Calling out egregious behavior when and where warranted is becoming an increasingly part of our policy posture to be able to respond to these incidents. They do happen, I think, with increasing frequency, but I think as Ambassador Brown had said, that what is really fascinating here is that there are an increasing number of countries that are collaborating together. Right. I mean, frankly, traditionally, it had been members of the Five Eyes who were quite vocal on these incidences. And in the last number of months, within the last 6 months in particular, there's been an increasing number of our European partners, and so it's an important policy response, I think, across the globe. It is not just things that are taking place elsewhere. It's activities and behaviors that are being called out increasingly here in the Indo-Pacific. And I think, as was alluded to earlier in the presentations this morning, the Philippines is unfortunately very much at the forefront of the receiving end of some of that activity.
And in fact, at the last forum, you were quoted as saying, foreign state actors are increasingly using the information space to interfere in Canada's internal affairs and to undermine our sovereignty. Talk us through that experience.
Yeah, so over the last year and a bit, Canada underwent a large parliamentary foreign interference inquiry. And candidly speaking, it was, calling out the scale and scope of malign interference in our democratic processes. The role of a diplomat is to be an advocate, right, and to advocate for your country's policy position and posture. But there's a fine line where very often that behavior, in our context, crosses transgresses our criminal code, and behavior becomes actually criminal behavior according to our laws and regulations. And so this inquiry was really meant to increase awareness for Canadians across the entire body politic. Countries were named that were, specific actors that had been, for lack of a better term, caught with their hand in the cookie jar, interfering in our democratic processes, the scale and scope of which goes from large-scale operations to small-scale operations. Some of the difficulties, I think, traditionally has been attribution. Do you have definitive proof? It's both state but as well as non-state actors, people that work as proxy actors at the behest of governments often, which has been given potential direction, the issue of or the posture of plausible deniability. And so I would say it was a very healthy endeavor for our democracy. There's recommendations that have been made to Parliament, and I think over the coming months you'll start to see a lot of those implementation of them, including having people who want to lobby our governments have to register as part of Foreign Agents Registry to demonstrate, to be clear and transparent that we are working to advance policy progress. So again, these things are happening with greater frequency. You do see more and more countries discussing these amongst the body politic, with civil society, with the academia, with a wide range of stakeholders, that this is not just an area of behavior or activity that is relegated to state activity, because the ill effects are systemic.
Yeah, absolutely. And just very quickly, what does small-scale actor what does that look like, the small-scale threats? You talked about statewide, level, but also on a smaller scale. What does that look like?
Well, very often it manifests itself as interference at the subnational level. So in our context, at the provincial and municipal level. So it depends on what the target of interest or the target of opportunity is. So you can go from very large-scale campaigns that target wide swaths of industry sectors, of society, of government, to very targeted, precise elements, frankly, even targeting individuals in small entities. So it goes from the very large to the very small. And so unfortunately, in some respects, it's very scalable. So our response also has to be proportionally scalable.
Right. Absolutely. Ambassador, did you want to add to that?
With great pleasure, because I think what Ambassador David and before Ambassador Mark are mentioning is exactly a typical space where coordination internationally does take place. Both colleagues and friends referred to, for example, the sanctions element. Indeed, that is a fundamental area where we do operate as well as a European Union. And typically we do share among ourselves the information that we have about who, about how, because we also tend, to the extent possible, of course, to harmonize our sanctions. When it is about the EU framework for sanctions, we have a specific framework which targets all those responsible for hybrid attacks and cyber attacks. It's a horizontal system, so where theoretically each and every person or business can be put in, independent on the state. You can easily imagine that the clients tend to be always the same ones. And in that case, the kind of sanctions that we impose are of two types. First one is in terms of visa ban, so the impossibility for these actors, when they are physical actors, to enter the European Union space. And the other sanction, which is even more powerful, is the freezing of assets. It means that these actors cannot operate from a business point of view in any of the European Union member states. This is a kind of structure of sanction which is similar to the ones of other countries, and which does normally prove to be an effective tool. Again, attribution, same for us, fundamental element. Not only it defines a kind of if you want to call it kind of international stigma against the responsible ones, but it also puts all the actors in alert for the possible role of that specific state or often non-state actor. Non-state actors, I must say, are kind of a challenge for many of us because it's more difficult to identify legal frameworks which can address directly them because often they're hidden. You don't know what they are exactly. You know what the action is, but it's a bit more difficult to identify who they are, who is financing them, and how you can interrupt the financing mechanism. And it's follow the money rule that normally helps in identifying.
And what seems to be the target most of the time for
Typically, they do
non-state
interfere.
actors?
Typically, non-state actors, in our case, it's about disinformation. Normally, they do alter their reality, in particular when it is about social media, very much depending, of course, on the audience of the social media. Youth is the typically addressed target for non-state actors in our case. They alter the reality, they alter facts. They are able to, honestly, myself, even though, like many of us, sufficiently educated when it comes to the digital literacy, sometimes I myself, I have a doubt on what I'm reading. So double checking becomes important. But typically, non-state actors address youth, address fake news. They operate via fake news and via manipulation of the information.
Right. I think all of us are susceptible to that. But Jennifer, please, from the state,
I mean,
the US
really,
perspective.
Sure, sure. Really, I think the other panelists said it very well. We're all impacted by foreign manipulation. Nobody is exempted from this. And so the way that we work together, particularly through information sharing, through the Five Eyes platforms and through other mechanisms, is critical to detecting, deterring, and addressing these threats.
Let's talk about the defense side a little bit, because Balikatan this year was the first to include a cyber and defense exercise component, and that was a huge step forward, and right alongside, you know, the traditional warfighting domains, right? How did that go? And what is your assessment of the program?
Absolutely. So I'll talk a little bit about our sort of military to military cyber collaboration. So it's the cyber cooperation, it's rapidly moving from an emerging area to really a central pillar of our alliance, driven by the recognition that even future conflicts may begin in the digital domain. So we're focused on making this progress sustained and scalable by integrating cyber defense across all government levels and fostering really a deeper, more resilient technical partnership. So this whole of alliance approach, it helps ensure military interoperability is seamlessly connected, with national critical infrastructure protection, which is something I mentioned earlier. So on Balikatan and the upcoming 2026 exercise, we're working to evolve that exercise to reflect this reality that cyber is integral to every military operation. And so we're working alongside our Filipino partners to incorporate cutting-edge training ranges and robust cyber threat software into these exercise scenarios.
Does that mean you bring in the technology and train the military officers here, or how does it work?
That's absolutely a part of it.
Okay. So, and is it the whole, all of the officers in the Balikatan exercises, or just a core group of experts?
It's going to be more on the specialization side, the sort of cyber teams.
And this is something that's going to carry on in future exercises?
Absolutely. Cyber operations are not going away. So this has been and will continue to be an integral and connected part of our joint exercises.
Give me a taste of what it looks like actually in action. Like, what do they simulate? Like, I know it's very, very difficult to simulate a real, attack on a system, but what do they do? Of course, just the ones that you can tell me about.
Sure. Unfortunately, I can't share a whole lot. It's a really good question. It's not something I can get into in much detail, but absolutely sort of setting up these training ranges, these different scenarios where Philippines Cyber Command, our Cyber Command can come together, sort of simulate what it would be like in a real world scenario to share information and respond in real time.
And again, I guess the key word there is interoperability, right? So that when or if an attack happens, then they're pretty quick on their feet. Let me come back to Australia, because I know just a few weeks ago you launched a initiative, a cybersecurity initiative specifically for Indo-Pacific to the tune of $83.5 million. Talk us through that, Ambassador Innes Brown, and how's that pie going to be carved up?
Sure. So yes, we have been providing assistance for some time, but this is the next iteration of our support. It's a key priority for our assistance, to guide our assistance to Southeast Asia and also the Pacific. And in the context of the Philippines, last year we signed a memorandum of understanding on cyber and critical technology cooperation. So we will be helping implement that MOU via this support package. In terms of this wider package, we're looking at helping our partners build cyber and critical technology capability. We want to strengthen incident preparedness and response, and also encourage the adherence to rules, regulations, laws and norms. So just again on the Philippines, we're developing a roadmap for our assistance. We've been already for some time providing some support to agencies like the Philippines Coast Guard and also frontline agencies, and we've got more planned there. We're also working with ASEAN partners too, and in the ASEAN Regional Forum Critical Information Infrastructure Identification Workshop. So we're looking forward to that next year. And I might just add, just to underscore our growing cooperation with the Philippines in cyber, is that we're just next month in Australia we'll be having our inaugural bilateral cyber dialogue, which will involve key agencies, and that will help further enhance our cooperation, identify areas for cooperation.
Fantastic. Do we know at this point how much is going to be carved out for the Philippines?
Well, we're still working out that, but certainly the Philippines is a priority. We also have some partners in the Pacific who need a significant capability uplift and assistance. So it is traversing the whole region, and it will evolve as we go along. It's a multi-year program through to 2030. So there'll be needs will evolve. So it's sort of going to be flexibly deployed.
Fantastic. Canada also has a new national cybersecurity strategy, and I understand that a key part of that involves committing resources to Indo-Pacific cyber resilience. Again, same question, what does that look like?
Yeah. So, again, we have this strategy, I think has been emphasized, repeatedly over the course of the discussion this morning. For us, it is a whole of society endeavor. We want to make sure that all elements and all factors of our, society and our partners here, benefit from that, efforts towards greater cyber resilience. So, as I was saying in my, early comments, trying to be not too crass, all of the above. As you're trying to build on a platform of cyber resilience, our societies are increasingly built on that entire platform of digital infrastructure. It is underpinning the enabling technologies behind all of our respective societies. So, we're working together to build programs, particularly here, in the Philippines. We have funding that we've provided through our anti-crime, counterterrorism capacity building programs that are working with countries like the Philippines to address, shared security threats. We are also, for example, we've been working with the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, to deliver tailored cybersecurity technical assistance to multiple government of the Philippines agencies. This week, in fact, UNIDIR is conducting training sessions with several departments in the government of the Philippines, including an immersive tabletop exercise focused on protecting critical infrastructure. So again, because in Canada we have a large physical country, the protection, the defense, and the hardening of critical infrastructure is something that is of paramount importance, to us. And so it's that type of capacity building that we're bringing to bear here under the umbrella of our Indo-Pacific strategy with a wide range of stakeholders in the government of the Philippines.
You're right, and actually I just recently learned that Canada has been helping the Philippine police build a national cyber crime strategy Talk us through that.
Yeah. So again, this national crime strategy, it's evident, I think, throughout our partnership with the Philippines. We're really focusing on areas that matter most here. Criminality, I think, unfortunately, we had spoken, all of us, a bit earlier about some of the threats to our respective societies. A lot is now manifesting itself in the form of criminality. A lot of it scam centers, right, which have become unfortunately a relatively large phenomena, here in the region. And so working with various elements of the police services here to increase their capacity on digital forensics, to capture evidence, right? We talked a little bit earlier about attribution. When it comes to the area of criminality, your level of attribution has to be, far higher. The litmus test, the bar, is set far higher. So that's one area in particular where we're really trying to help, local stakeholders here in the Philippines develop their capacity, so that when it does come to the time to prosecute, that the authorities are in a position to not just prosecute but to convict. Right. Again, in order to ultimately deter that behavior. So it's an area of increasing collaboration for us here in the Philippines.
And how would you say that's going? I mean, are we very much behind the curve or getting there? And also, secondly, how do you make sure that commitment becomes a sustained partnership rather than just a one-off, right?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it, fundamentally, to address the latter part of the question first, it's about capacity building, right? It's about investing in people and processes so that you do have that legacy of continuous learning. The reality is, given the nature of what we're describing, it's very evergreen, right? The capacities, the threat continues to evolve. So you fundamentally goes back to, again, what we've, underpinned a lot of our initial comments was relationships, premised on partnership. So it is, I think we are seeding a tremendous capacity here. The enthusiasm from our local counterparts and stakeholders here has been very, very high. There's been a great degree of receptivity. We're trying to provide assistance in a manner for which our local counterparts have the absorptive capacity. So not just give everything all at once, but do it in a learned, measured fashion, so that the learning that is offered has an opportunity to be onboarded. And so we're very pleased with what we're seeing so far. A wide range of stakeholders. That includes sending people, subject matter experts here, but also having a lot of Filipino partners go back to learn in Canada as well. So it truly is that, win-win situation in the partnership.
And how much time do we have left in that program?
Well, it will likely run for, there's no time limits on it. There was an initial window, but we are actually now in the high throes of renewing funding envelopes for that. There was an initial 5-year window, which still has 2.5 years left, but we're very confident that will continue.
It's very good to hear. Ambassador Santoro, we talked about the EU-Philippines Security and Defense Dialogue, which is a huge deal. It's the first ever, and it was announced by High Representative Kaya Callas when she came to visit. Obviously, the Philippines also being on the EU's radar. Cybersecurity, and you have a term for it, FIMI, F-I-M-I, which is Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference. That's what you call it. Is big on that dialogue's agenda. Talk us through what you're trying to do there.
Super, thanks for this question. Indeed, we launched it, as you mentioned, Regina, we launched this dialogue last June when High Rep Callas was here. She launched it together with the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. And the first meeting of which is happening next week in Brussels, 25th of November. It will be bringing together an important number of actors from both, of course, the EU and the Philippine side. It will address not only maritime cooperation, but also indeed FIMI, cybersecurity, and hybrid threats. No need to underline the interconnection among these four main macro areas. It will be the first one. The idea is that it starts as a dialogue, as it is called, and then it becomes something operationally concrete, putting the two sides, building even more on what is already currently ongoing. If you want, this becomes kind of a political chapeau of what is already happening and what will happen more thanks to this political chapeau. Already at this stage, I was particularly impressed in listening to my friend David's presentation of what Canada is doing here. I see that the recipe is really listening to David and thinking to what we are doing, I was thinking, well, then the recipe is really the right one. Why? Because we are similarly investing in capacity building through exchange of experiences, both here, so with European Union experts coming here, and with Philippines experts going to Europe. It's always a dialogue, it's always learning, because the threats are similar, the modalities can be different, so it's important to compare notes. Normally, the European Union contribution for the Philippines, for exchanging with Philippines in terms of capacity building and exercises is together with our partners in the Philippine National Police, in the Department of Justice, because as Ambassador David mentioned before, there is a lot to be done when it is about crime identification and response, when it is about cyber and hybrid threats, and then of course terrorism related. There is an important dimension of terrorism implicated in what we're talking about. And then of course cooperation with the Department of Information and Communication, and I think that before, when Secretary Akuda was bringing us through the ASEAN dimension, the ASEAN chairship of the Philippines, and recalling President Marcos Jr. Strategic priority on artificial intelligence related, this is something that indeed we are factoring in also for our cooperation with the Philippines within the ASEAN framework. We have in the European Union a good tool, it's called the European Union versus Disinformation. This is basically a platform to be used among the 27 member states, where every member state encode the kind of threat that it got and the response that it gave, and can possibly ask for support by other member states on how to address it. This is a kind of platform that I think we could discuss to import in the ASEAN dimension, and for sure in the Philippines, definitely something, for example, concrete on the agenda of the next, the first meeting of the Security and Defense Dialogue.
I don't mean to be a pain, but I feel like I have to point out the information environment in Europe is kind of different from Southeast Asia, because in Europe, at least, you have a collective, unified framework, whereas here it's a bit of a wild west, if I can say that. Yes. There's varying degrees. There's a wide variation in degrees of technology maturity and legal framework and infrastructure and so on and so forth. So how do we take your lessons and apply it to a local context?
This is the very key aspect that you mentioned now, Regina, because the fact is that it's true, how to say that. It's, as you mentioned, while in the EU it's kind of a more homogeneous framework, here it is about bringing a homogeneous framework into a situation where there is not yet that homogeneity. But actors are often the same, threats are the same, the modalities of how threats operate can differ. And this is where the capacity building dynamic starts, because this is where the European Union expertise comes and exchanges with the Philippine expertise. Very concrete example, a very good and powerful seminar we had last July on the protection of critical infrastructure. It was held here in Manila with several Philippine agencies participating, bringing in a good number of European Union experts, European Union and European Union member states experts, and where the hybrid and cyber dimension was an important part of the issue of protection of critical infrastructures. Indeed, different frameworks, but the issue is the same. This means that the response can be the same and can be amplified because it's coordinated. Then, of course, up to us to work on ensuring that also the legislative tools are similar, because when you have a strong legislative tool, you can have a stronger reaction because what you do is legal.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are still lessons to be taken from that. I'm being told to wrap up, but Jennifer, I'll give you the last word. Talk us through what other initiatives or capacity building programs the United States is looking at as far as the Indo-Pacific, the larger Indo-Pacific, broader region, as well as the Philippines is concerned. And also, I might point out the similar context as I asked Massimo, which is, the Indo-Pacific, when you look at it from a perspective of trying to build up the cyber resilience, the countries are coming from very different places. So how do you address that?
Sure, absolutely. So here in the Philippines, we continue to be committed to cybersecurity as part of our Ironclad alliance, and to sort of build those capabilities. You can't do it through distance. It's really achieved by joint operations, communication, building trust and strong partnerships. So it's really by working together. So one of the ways we do that, we do it both on the policy side through things like supporting the development of the Philippines National Cybersecurity Plan, as well as its operation, and we also do it on the operational side. So cybercrime, it's a massive priority both for the Trump and Marcos administrations. So our FBI, our law enforcement teams, they roll up their sleeves. They work side by side with the Philippines government on cybercrime operations, and as a result, making a real difference in protecting both Americans and Filipinos. On the kind of broader multilateral side, some of the key initiatives continue to be the Countering Ransomware Initiative, as well as some of our work through the Quad Cybersecurity Partnership. So this is sort of a key way that we're looking at how do we work together to protect critical information infrastructure. How can we look at models like the Open Radio Access Network as a technology alternative to avoid network providers for being locked into one oftentimes untrusted supplier? And we've had a great collaboration with the government of Japan on that initiative.
Fantastic. We'll leave that there. I think it's time. And, cooperation really is key. And as Ambassador Endo said earlier, no one country can go it alone. So please give my esteemed panel a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for your time.
Mike, please. Got it. Thank you very much, Regina, and to our esteemed panelists. Please stay where you are because we need to have a photo op. So Mr. Manhit, Professor Manhit, please join them, as well as Ambassador Kazuya and also Mr. Yamamoto. Photographers, ball is in your court. Okay. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, and I want to emphasize the word short. So please do whatever you want to do for the next 5 minutes, but please return to your seats as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Unahin niyo muna. Pauna muna. One space on the right para sa... Wait, sige. Isa pa. Angat. Okay? No, straight, straight, straight. Sige. Now, off ko na lang.
Yes, hello. In the chat, I was being asked to test the mic. Yes, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I hate interfering with your conversations, but I hate to remind you that we have to start going back to our respective seats so we can continue the program. Please return to your respective seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, forgive me, but I need to ask you to return to your respective seats. Please, if you need coffee, get it now. Water, get it now. But please return to your respective seats. Okay, please. We will start in a few minutes. Please return to your respective seats. Okay, let's take our seats so that we can start our program. Thank you. Okay, we've had a very, very deep discussion with our first panel, but I just want to remind everybody that cybersecurity, cyber resilience is personal. Let me start off with a quick question. How many of you have received phone calls from people you don't know? Show of hands, please. Okay, I think, yeah. That's how personal it gets. Okay, our second panel will continue this discussion, and this time they're going to get down to the trenches. Panel number 2 will discuss the subject cybersecurity and its strategic role in an era of cross-border threats. I'd like to call on our panelists, very, very qualified to discuss this subject. Let me start with, may I first call on retired Major General Comelio Valencia Jr. Yes, please. He is the Assistant Director General for Planning and Knowledge Management, spokesperson and cybersecurity lead of the National Security Council. Good morning, sir. Okay. Yes, please come forward. It's your turn.
To Professor Manhit, members of the Diplomatic Corps present here today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to join this panel as we examine one of the defining challenges of our time. These are securing our nations, our economies, and our people. Today, in an era where threats do not stop at borders and attacks do not require armies just to make an impact. Today, cybersecurity is no longer just an IT concern. It has become a strategic national asset, central to defense, intelligence, economic stability, and even the preservation of our sovereignty. In a world where our digital and physical realities are tightly intertwined, cybersecurity is now and on the same level as territorial defense, energy security, and economic resilience. We live in a landscape where threats are sophisticated, transnational, and relentless. Cyber attacks cross borders in 3 seconds, exploiting vulnerabilities faster than policies and frameworks can adapt. We face a spectrum of threats, individual hackers seeking quick profit, organized criminal syndicates
running cybercrime as a service, and state-sponsored groups pursuing geopolitical advantage. Their motives are equally diverse, such as financial gain, political influence, espionage, and in some cases, pure petty crimes or disruptions. And because our critical infrastructure is increasingly becoming digital, the consequences of single intrusion can be devastating. Our energy grids, transport systems, healthcare institutions, and financial networks are all now prime targets. These are no longer cyber incidents. These are attacks with real world impacts, capable of shutting down cities, destabilizing markets, and even endangering lives. We also see economic espionage evolving at a pace we've never seen before or experienced. Trade secrets, proprietary technologies, research data, and intellectual property are being extracted at a very fast pace. For many countries, this is not just cybersecurity issue, but a direct threat to national competitiveness. All this is amplified by jurisdictional gaps. Cyber criminals exploit inconsistencies in legal systems, the absence of extradition agreements, and the limitations of traditional law enforcement. The crime may happen in one country, the service in one another, and the perpetrators in a third country, making accountability extremely difficult. In defense and security, cyber readiness is essential for protecting command and control systems, defense technologies, and the integrity of intelligence operations. Cybersecurity is now fully integrated into modern defense planning because without secure digital infrastructure, even our most advanced capabilities are compromised. For economies, cybersecurity plays a stabilizing role. Trust is currency of the digital economy. Without strong cyber safeguards, we risk undermining cross-border trade, digital finance, e-commerce, and innovation ecosystems. The cost of data breaches, frauds, and disruption is measured not only in billions of dollars, but in lost opportunities and most of all, eroded confidence. At the geopolitical level, cybersecurity is linked to sovereignty itself. Nations project influence through cyber capabilities, defensively and offensively, and in intelligence gathering. And in day-to-day operations, intelligence-driven cybersecurity, real-time monitoring, rapid detection, and coordinated response is now a strategic requirement. Nations can identify and disrupt attacks, gain significant advantage over those that remain reactive. But no matter how strong a country's capabilities are, one truth remains. No nation can secure cyberspace alone. Cross-border threats require cross-border cooperation. International cooperation in cybersecurity is not optional. It is foundational. Information and intelligence sharing allow us to see attack patterns earlier and respond faster. Regional partnerships and global alliances create collective visibility and resilience. Harmonizing our legal frameworks through mechanisms like the Budapest Convention helps ensure that cyber criminals cannot hide in gray areas. Capacity building programs enable nations with fewer resources to strengthen their defenses. Because in a connected digital world, a weakness in one region creates risk for all. And critically, public-private partnerships bring government, industry, and technology leaders together. Initiatives like the Cyber Threat Alliance, the regional CERT collaborations, and global mapping efforts like Cybercrime Atlas show shared expertise can disrupt criminal ecosystems and, of course, accelerate innovation in defense. As we begin today's discussion, the message is very, very clear. Cybersecurity is not simply an operational issue. It is a national imperative that requires strategic vision, coordinated action, and global cooperation. Thank you very much.
Marami pong salamat. Thank you very much, Major General Valencia. Now we move on to our next speaker. May we invite Mr. Francisco Ashley Asadillo, former Deputy Director General for Cyber and Emerging Threats at the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency.
Good morning, distinguished attendees, and to my fellow panelists. In the interest of time, I will jump a few slides through my presentation today. So may I ask the operator to please jump to slide 6 so that I can drill down on the other parts of my speech today. The Philippine security context is defined by overlapping features. Number 1, persistent maritime coercion and political warfare in the West Philippine Sea, placing a premium on intelligence, surveillance, and resilient command and control systems. Number 2, our rapidly digitizing economy and citizen services across government, finance, health, telecommunications, created an expanding attack surface. Reports concerning Chinese advanced persistent threat activities like Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, Mustang Panda, and just a couple of days ago, the leak involving Chinese cybersecurity company known SEC, and that is where I will focus today, underscore this point. Third, our position within a competitive regional cyber ecosystem where state-linked operators from China and North Korea, and to some extent even Russia and Iran, conduct espionage, intellectual property theft, and influence activities targeting our institutions. China, in particular, developed a comprehensive approach to cyber operations that merges state, military, academic, and private sector capabilities. Incidentally, if you want to dive into the details of this, I would recommend 2 reports, one from the Atlantic Council called Capture the Red Flag, and another from Orange Cyber Defense, where they profiled 300 companies that were subcontracting these cyber activities. To continue, what makes this approach, this Chinese approach, particularly concerning is how it enables China to maintain plausible deniability while developing capabilities that directly threaten our critical infrastructure and sovereignty. Our intelligence indicates that Chinese cyber operations increasingly align with their broader maritime coercion strategy in the South China Sea. Recent reports have provided alarming evidence of China's systemic cyber espionage activities with direct implications for the Philippines. Citing open source reports, they detailed the operations of known SEC. This is a legitimate Chinese cyber contractor operating, unfortunately, on behalf of state security organs, revealing an industrial scale reconnaissance system targeting multiple nations, including the Philippines. The key findings with implications for Philippine national security include Number one, direct targeting of Philippine networks. The Philippines is explicitly listed among countries whose national networks are being mapped, categorized, and integrated into Chinese intelligence systems. This confirms that our critical infrastructure, government systems, and key institutions are under active surveillance. Number two, comprehensive intelligence collection framework. The leak revealed a key target library containing 378 million IP addresses and 3.4 million domains across foreign governments, military, telecommunications, finance, and energy sectors. Just to segue, for example, known sec operators have been given 100,000 quota of US targets and another 10,000 Taiwanese targets as a quota. And this is spread across many other countries, including India, for example. This represents a structured, persistent, and state-supported intelligence operation focused on neighboring countries. Number three, accelerated operational capabilities. The intelligence system compresses China's operational reaction time from weeks to hours when new vulnerabilities emerge. And this is on top of the order in 2018 from the Chinese government that no Chinese security researcher and no known Chinese vulnerabilities will be disclosed outside of China. They have now kept it all in-house. This creates an asymmetric advantage where Chinese operators can quickly exploit vulnerabilities in Philippine systems. Number four, the operation includes data warehouses containing LinkedIn datasets, telecom records, Telegram user information, e-commerce transaction logs, and credential dumps, suggesting potential compromise of Filipino citizens' personal data and communication channels. Five, the systemic mapping of critical infrastructure suggests prepositioning for potential cyber operations during periods of geopolitical tension, representing a significant national security concern for the Philippines, particularly given regional maritime disputes. This validates our concerns about China's cyber capabilities and their direct targeting of Philippine interests. It also underscores the urgency of enhancing our defensive posture and developing more robust cyber capabilities. While we have made significant progress in developing our cyber capabilities, substantial challenges remain. First, our legal and institutional frameworks have evolved since Republic Act 10173 or the Data Privacy Act, RA 10175, the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, which also created the CICC, and I think they're represented here today, as well as Republic Act 10844, creating the DICT, of which I was the principal author in the lower house previously. But coordination among cyber-related authorities remains fraught with overlapping mandates. Second, workforce shortages and technical gaps persist among cyber operators, malware reverse engineers, threat intelligence analysts, and even red teams. And third, and last, critical infrastructure protection is complicated by uneven maturity in public-private sector information sharing, operational technology security, and supply chain assurance. Our National Cybersecurity Plan 2023-2028 outlined a whole-of-nation approach. But again, with all due respect, implementation has been uneven across sectors. Taken in this light, I propose the following approach to enhancing our national resilience in cyberspace. Number one, validate national exposure using, among others, adversary emulation tools to simulate, in this case, as I cited, known-sec, Chinese contractor behaviors. Identify which public-facing systems would be prioritized by such targeting models and close vulnerabilities before they can be exploited. Number two, harden all perimeter systems in government, energy, telecommunications, finance, just to name a few, with rapid patch cycles, hardened authentication, and strict network segmentation. 3, strengthen public-private partnerships through sector-specific information sharing centers, and my former colleagues at NICA would be on top of this, incident reporting standards, and liability-safe collaboration frameworks. Number 4, enhance regional engagement through ASEAN fora to advance norms on state behavior. And I think the Japanese ambassador spoke about this, CERT-to-CERT cooperation and critical infrastructure protection. Number 5, deepen alliance cooperation while developing secure information sharing mechanisms that preserve Philippine decision autonomy. For the Philippines to effectively address cyber threats, we must move beyond siloed approaches. This requires formal campaign planning, to which I think ADG Valencia was talking about this. But just to add, that integrates cyber with maritime law enforcement, diplomacy, strategic communications, and heightened intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR. We also need to adopt playbooks for gray zone contingencies that span the cyber-physical spectrum. We also need clear decision-making frameworks that enable rapid response while maintaining civilian control and legal oversight. Might I add, and I'm happy that the commander of Cyber Command is here, that maybe it's time we undertake 2 more major initiatives, one of which concerns him. A 4th major branch of service, provisionally called Philippine Cyber Force, from the existing Cyber Command, as well as pass a national cybersecurity law creating a dedicated national cybersecurity agency. In closing, the Philippines stands at a critical juncture in its cybersecurity journey. The threats we face are real and growing, as evidenced by the Volt and Salt Typhoon revelations, as well as the NownSec leaks. However, with thoughtful strategy, institutional development, and international cooperation, we can enhance our security while remaining true to our values and international commitments. A measured approach to cyber capabilities, one that balances defensive elements within a comprehensive national security framework, offers the best path forward. This is not merely a technical challenge, but a strategic imperative that requires political will, resource allocation, and sustained commitment. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asadillo. Interesting, very interesting presentation. I just have one comment. Maybe we need a different uniform for the cyber police force. Okay, anyway. Now I'd like to call our next panelist, Mr. Brian Harding, non-resident senior fellow at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, USA, and research fellow at the Southeast Asia Peace Institute. He is joining us online from Washington, D.C. Okay. That must be, 11 o'clock in the evening. Good evening, sir. Please join us.
Thank you, and thank you for putting me on one of the early panels. Thank you to StratBase and my friend, Professor Victor Dindo Manhit, for inviting me to speak at this important event. And I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person, but I was in Manila 2 weeks ago for the Manila Dialogue on the South China Sea, and I was there 8 weeks ago, so it just wasn't in the cards today. For those that know me, including my co-panelist, ADG Valencia, they might be a little surprised to see me on the agenda today. I work pretty broadly on U.S.-Asia relations with a real focus on the U.S.-Philippines relationship, the U.S.-Japan-Philippines trilateral, but not so much on cybersecurity. But the good news is I have a bit of a trick up my sleeve, and that in addition to the affiliations listed on the program, I'm also part of a leading DC-based advisory firm called Cambridge Global Advisors that has a major cybersecurity practice. And among other things, CGA is in the business of helping governments build cyber governance frameworks, strengthen technical capacity, and develop CSIRTs and cyber workforces. CGA has done a little bit of work in the Philippines with support from the State Department, and we're hoping to do more. The firm just finally was co-founded by a former Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security under President Obama, Jane Lute, and an Under Secretary of State under President George W. Bush, Chris Burnham, who was also part of President Trump's State Department transition team. And the CEO, Jake Braun, was a top cyber official in the Biden White House until earlier this year. So the good news is I got to tap into these colleagues' wisdom to prepare for this session. And I think got a good sense of what the top practitioners in the United States are viewing in terms of the threat landscape in Asia. And in these conversations, three clear issues really bubble to the top. And the first is really, picking up on the last presentation, and that's a China threat, and specifically PRC pre-positioning in critical infrastructure. The second, which I'll touch on briefly in a moment, is the transnational organized crimes evolution into a sophisticated cyber-enabled fraud operations. And then third, something that hasn't come up yet, the DPRK's use of ransomware as really a sanctions evasion mechanism. So to dive slightly deeper, first, the PRC threat. Of course, there are many PRC threats, but I think most important is the one posed by Volt Typhoon to critical infrastructure. And this is a PRC state-sponsored cyber force. Volt Typhoon really represents a shift from traditional cyber espionage to operation and preparation of the battlefield. This is a PRC state-sponsored advanced persistent threat, and from a U.S. perspective to U.S. critical infrastructure, with the intent to be able to disrupt or destroy U.S. infrastructure during a crisis scenario, most likely, of course, a Taiwan contingency. The United States government has confirmed compromises across more than 20 operators in electric, water, and telecommunication sectors. Dwell times exceed 18 months before detection in some of these networks. There's a clear geographic focus on the theater in Guam and Hawaii. And what makes Volt Typhoon particularly concerning is their operational security. They use what is called living off the land techniques, meaning leveraging existing administrative tools and legitimate credentials, which makes detection extremely difficult. They also avoid malware that traditional cybersecurity tools might flag. So this also represents and presents supply chain risks. So the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has identified over 200 affected device models, so primarily routers, remote management tools, and industrial control systems. So it isn't just about network penetration, they're targeting operational technology that controls physical processes. So the segmentation between IT and OT networks that we've traditionally relied on for safety is being systematically bypassed. So big picture here, Beijing is really building the capability to hold U.S. critical infrastructure at risk, and of course, not just U.S. critical infrastructure. So that's the first one. Second, there's the threat posed by transnational criminal organizations, but I think this hardly needs to be introduced to this audience in Southeast Asia. But basically what law enforcement calls pig butchering represents an industrialization of fraud operations in Southeast Asia, but elsewhere in the region and around the world. The good news here in the United States, at least the United States, I think, is finally taking this seriously, and the U.S. government is taking action. The third major threat is from North Korean ransomware, which is effectively sanctions evasion at scale. The DPRK has effectively weaponized cybercrime as a state revenue generator, and some estimates would say upwards of $1 or $2 billion a year are made through ransomware and cryptocurrency theft. And the sophistication has also increased substantially. We have supply chain compromises targeting managed service providers, advanced social engineering to recruit unwitting facilitators, and increasingly sophisticated laundering through cryptocurrency mixers and cross-chain bridges. I think these are the top three, but they're, of course, as far from the end of the list. I mean, in ASEAN, really everywhere, there's financially motivated online scams, phishing, ransomware threats are on the rise, all, of course, aided by advancements in AI. There's the threat of hybrid cyber information warfare and information operations, which has been touched on a bit here. Really the blending of traditional propaganda and disinformation campaigns with advanced cyber capabilities to manipulate public opinion and erode trust in government institutions. And of course, the Philippines is one of those top targets anywhere for the PRC. So given this landscape, what should governments be doing? What should they prioritize? I mean, in terms of response, I mean, there's actually I think, a fair amount of good news in the way of frameworks and strategies in individual countries and within ASEAN as a group. Execution is progressing, but I think naturally unevenly. Some of the challenges to faster progress, I think, fall into just a few items to keep in mind as we think about solutions is, there are a series of challenges, right? There's a workforce problem. That we've talked a little bit about this already with the ambassadors panel, but it's not just about training. It's about building a workforce that you can also retain. There's high demand for cybersecurity professionals in the private sector. So how does government not only train and build a workforce, but to retain it? There's a trust problem. This has also come up. I mean, if clearly effective cyber cooperation requires intelligence sharing across borders, but that requires trust. There's also the influence problem, which we've touched on, that China is actively shaping digital governance norms in the region, and its influences often undermine collective action. And finally, I think there's a bit of a regulatory gap. This hasn't quite come up yet, but in terms of the regulation of emerging technologies, particularly AI is lagging behind deployment. What this means is it creates windows of vulnerability that adversaries can exploit before defensive frameworks mature. So let me close with a short list of priority areas, practical steps that perhaps people in this room could help advance. First, concluding the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework, finishing this agreement, certainly hopefully under the Philippines chairmanship next year, would be really a strong signal, at least for ASEAN's ambitions, help set some of the rules of the road for the digital economy, and with that, more coordinated cybersecurity commitments. Second, ensuring that emerging technologies are safely adopted. That means being proactive on AI, cross-border data flows, digital trade. Third, securing trustworthy AI foundation models. I mean, ASEAN countries need access to models that are safe, reliable, and free from political manipulation. Fourth, increasing cybersecurity investment overall. Clearly, it needs to move up the ladder on the policy agenda, so important to be highlighting it at events like this. Fifth, strengthening the broader ecosystem of cybersecurity, meaning collaboration across governments, industries, and civil society. Sixth, building a next generation of cybersecurity talent. And finally, strengthening digital infrastructure and governance, meaning working with partners to modernize infrastructure, improve cyber hygiene, etc. So just wrapping up, it's clear that the threats are growing, but I'd say in a lot of ways, so are the opportunities for cooperation. ASEAN already has many of the frameworks in place, the partnerships and the momentum. It's fantastic news that the Philippines is getting in the ASEAN chair for 2026. And the United States, the Philippines, Japan, and many others are already working together in meaningful ways. So if we keep doing that, the region will certainly be in a much stronger position. So I'll leave it there, and thank you for having me, and I look forward to the discussion.
Gentlemen, that given the advances in AI, which can now actually produce fake video live, we have taken the proper security measures and can assure you that that video is not a fake video. Okay? Better to be safe. No? Anyway, move on to our next panelist. May I please call on Ms. Mihoko Matsubara, Chief Cybersecurity Strategist at NTT Incorporated. She will also join us today via video conferencing. Ms. Matsubara.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me today. So my name is Mihoko Matsubara, and I'd like to talk about cyber threat landscape, focusing on cyber crimes. Because the previous speakers all gave a wonderful presentations focusing on more geopolitical threats and also state-sponsored actors. So now I'd like to highlight cyber criminal activities, but also AI-enabled cyber threats, as well as the acute shortage of cybersecurity professionals and how we can work together to counter those threats, but also to empower cyber defenders. So to get into the more specific types of cyber criminal activities in Asia, I'd like to give you a big picture of the current cyber threat landscape. Actually, the global cyber crime is currently the third largest economy in the world. It is actually much larger the combined GDP of Germany and Japan. Can you imagine that? We are working so hard to create innovations and running economy in Japan, in Germany, in the Indo-Pacific region. So how come we are letting cyber criminal to steal our money, our informations, and also the cyber state-sponsored cyber actors are taking advantage of cyber means to harm us? So what kind of exactly the cyber criminal activities we are facing in the Indo-Pacific region? So according to the United Nations in 2023, the damages caused by cyber frauds like romance scams and other online scams amount to 37 billion US dollars. Only in East Asia and Southeast Asia alone. And not only online scams and cyber frauds, we are also facing the expansion of ransomware attacks to not only to paralyze one specific victim organizations, but also a huge cascading domino effect on our global supply chain. The Asia-Pacific region alone faced over 57,000 ransomware attacks in the first half of 2024. And this trend is actually accelerating in 2025. I think we face an already enough number of ransomware attacks in 2024, but cyber criminals never stop. And probably our friends in the Philippines and Southeast Asia remember that Japan recently faced major ransomware disruptions to Asahi, one of the major Japanese beverage and brewery company, and also ASCO, one of the major Japanese online shopping platform. And it's been over almost 2 months since the incident, but they are still struggling to recover all of their business operations and also IT network. And not only that, I'd like to now bring your attentions to the emerging technologies. So AI and deepfake are deteriorating the already so complex cyber threat landscape. So according to Sentinel-1, a US-based cybersecurity company, phishing attacks actually increased by 1,265% due to the growth of generative AI. And Radware, another cybersecurity company based in the United States, found that if you use generative AI, you can actually reduce the time to find vulnerabilities by 90%, 90%. Now you see what I mean. These emerging technologies are actually lowering the bar for cyber criminals and state-sponsored actors to launch cyber attacks. I can give you one easy example. So last year, a Japanese police arrested a Japanese man in his 20s with no IT or cybersecurity background. But he thought that, okay, seems like ransomware attacks will give me easy money to make, so let's do it. But because he didn't have any IT or cybersecurity background, he didn't know how to make it. So he just asked simple questions to generative AI. And within 6 hours, he was able to create ransomware. So this is already devastating. But the problem is we are always complaining about we do not have enough people to defend ourselves from cyber attacks and how bad the situation is. So the ISC Square found in 2023, 2 years ago, that Asia Pacific region needs additional 2.6 million cybersecurity professionals to protect ourselves from cyber attacks. Okay, that's a big number. So how come we can do it? But the problem is we need more people, but at the same time, we are losing people. The Gartner predicted in 2023 that half of cybersecurity professionals in the world will leave their job by the year of 2025. 50% are leaving their job. Okay, but they are just switching their job because they want to have a higher salary? No. Actually, 25% of those people are quitting the cybersecurity community completely. Why? Because they are under more pressure and also they are suffering fatigue and stress. Sophos, a UK-based cybersecurity company, found in August 25. They actually published a report in August 2025, so it's quite recent that 95%, almost 100% of cybersecurity professionals in the Asia Pacific regions reported stress and burnout have increased over the last 12 months. So, but this is not new. I've seen this kind of reports from different cybersecurity companies and different organizations over the last few years. The trend is always the same, although that the numbers are different. And every region, every organization see that the cybersecurity professionals and IT professionals are facing more fatigue and burnout. Why we haven't really addressed these issues, even though that we are enabling cyber criminals and state-sponsored actors, as the previous wonderful speakers already highlighted. So I'd like to get your attentions that to deal with these ever-increasing cyber threats, we of course need to take advantage of emerging technologies to at least automate some of our cyber defense tasks to alleviate the burden on cybersecurity professionals. But I don't think technologies would be enough. One of the major reasons why the cybersecurity professionals are quitting their job is because not only because of the salary, because they are not thanked. They never see the appreciation from higher ups or the leadership or the community. So I really would appreciate that after these sessions, once you go back to your office and go back home, I would really appreciate if you can send out an email or maybe in-person meetings with your cybersecurity professional teams to say that thank you so much for helping us and helping the Indo-Pacific region, our country, and our organizations, because we need you to keep moving forward. Thank you.
I didn't know that we have a cyber stress epidemic. Anyway, now let's move forward to our panel discussion. At this point, may we invite all of our speakers back to the stage. Major General Valencia, Mr. Harding, Mr. Asedillo, please join us up here. Yeah, don't worry, we'll bring the chairs up. And Ms. Matsubara and Mr. Harding, who joined us online, we'll also get them back. And to manage this very, very interesting discussion, may I call on Dr. Maria Thamar Tana, non-resident fellow at the Strat-Based Institute and associate professor in the Japanese Studies program at Ateneo de Manila University.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you to all our panelists for your thoughtful and interesting insights. Now, to begin our conversation, I would like to pose this question for everyone. So first is, in a region of diverse legal systems and cyber maturity, is it realistic to aim for a unified Indo-Pacific cybersecurity posture, or should efforts focus on flexible modular cooperation? And how might that look like in practice? So this is for everyone. So perhaps Mr. Asedillo would like to start.
You started with a very difficult question. I think I would begin with the premise that whoever is in that collective, you should meet whoever is at a higher point of maturity. That entity or that country, I would say, should meet another country at their point of development or their point of need. That said, as you have already implied, there are different levels of maturity in their cybersecurity posture. There are those that are more advanced, there are those that are still beginning their journey, and there are those that are middling. But suffice it to say that when it comes to technology, there is such a thing as a tide that floats all boats. You should all meet they should all meet at the point where they can say that it's not at a minimal, but at a point where they can say that they are all resilient. They may be in different stages of their journey, but moving forward in terms of imposing technology standards, AI, for example, this is where potentially many can, I'm not going to say catch up, because there are really just a handful of countries that are at the leading edge. But what I'm saying is doing away with the previous way of doing things. For example, Brian was talking about supply chain risks. We actually have a lot of self-inflicted wounds in this case. Why? Our technology stack, the very infrastructure that allow us to use the internet to communicate with each other, that's built on top of each other without any organized way of building things. It's just, it's always first, who's the fastest to go to market? Second, make it work, worry about security later. These actually undergird a lot of our cybersecurity attacks. And the cyber threat actors know this. That said, moving forward with technologies like AI or even quantum resistant computing, quantum resistant security, we need to change the way we do things. So let's not assume that since some countries are left behind, they continue to leave behind. When you talk about AI, when you talk about quantum resistant security, everyone needs to be at that same level from the get-go. We need to stop thinking that we need to bring products to market first, never mind that they are not secure. Look, to the credit of Anthropic, they just came out with a 13-page report detailing How? And this is not even a very sophisticated way because basically Anthropic was jailbroken by social engineering. The way you would social engineer a person to be scammed or defrauded. I'm not saying that the actor, which has been linked to China and it's been designated with the nomenclature GTG 1017. That's the new name of the advanced persistent threat now. But what I'm saying is, look, Anthropic is not, not just any company. It's one of the leading edge of AI, but yet they were social engineered. One of the, probably one of the most widespread, and I would even call it a supply chain attack. 30 entities were targeted using AI prompts through Anthropic's cloud platform to conduct a global attack, which included exfiltration, which included lateral movement, exfiltration of data, all with the use of their cloud platform. So I think I'll stop there to allow the others to weigh in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Those are very substantial points that you have raised. ADG Valencia, what are your thoughts on this, sir?
My thoughts would be it's more on the differences between the existing plans between nations in the regions, the different frameworks countries have, the different policies that they have. But one thing that is similar across these countries is the problems we face in cybersecurity. And we have to leverage on these common problems to be able to harmonize our different policies, different frameworks, just to solve a simple problem. There are already mechanisms for discussions among these things. It is a matter of countries participating and finding the countries that need to participate and bring them into these forums and forums. But more than that, these discussions at times that would solve problems across the region remains only in paper. There should be also action. At times, I would chide groups that put standards in place in every country. But I said, what you fail to do is red flag those countries that are actually doing bad behavior in cyberspace. We don't do that. We always commend people for their compliance, but we never flag those who does not. And it has to be known to everybody as part of transparency. So we have to harmonize. As I've said, cybersecurity problem, the perpetrator is from one country, using another entity in another country, and the victim is another country. Well, one of the discussions is that there are also mechanisms like the one we use in human trafficking. Probably their mechanisms can also be used in cybersecurity because the problems are the same. The targets are in different country, the perpetrators are in different country. So probably we can study it and see if this can apply in cybersecurity. So I believe the future would be different policies in many countries, but harmonized in operations.
Thank you, ADG Valencia. Now, Mr. Harding, perhaps you would like to come in here.
Yeah, and I think I would answer this the way might answer how the region should deal with most any regional challenge, right? And I would, just put aside the question of time and resources, but you need to do a little bit of everything, right? You need to work through multilateral structures, even if they aren't going to solve the problem, because they sort of set the normative framework, and you can't just cede ground here and there. But ultimately, results on this issue or any others are going to come through a focus on a core trusted network. And I think it starts with the U.S., Japan, Philippines trilateral, right? And for our countries here, for the United States and the Philippines, and build out. And on the trilateral itself, I mean, there's great strategic agreement that this is an important arrangement, but frankly, it's looking for an agenda. And it needs to be institutionalized. And certainly, cybersecurity cooperation can be at the heart of a U.S., Philippines, Japan trilateral agenda. And then, it builds out from there with Australia. I mean, it's really extraordinary the goodwill and that the Philippines has in European capitals. I mean, and in Canada and Australia. Look, no further than the last panel. So sort of building out this network, I think, is where the real gains might come. But at the same time, you need to work through the multilateral structures as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, last but not least, of course, building on the responses of other or of our three other panelists, Matsubara-san, what is your perspective on this?
Oh, thank you for your question. So I do not think that the whole Indo-Pacific region oriented cybersecurity guidelines would work, because each industrial sector and each countries has a different cultures to work on cybersecurity. And if we ignore all the little nuanced differences between the industrial sectors and also countries, no, even though that we have a goodwill to move forward more coordinated responses to cyber criminal activities and also state-sponsored actors, it would never work. So, as Mr. Harding already pointed out eloquently, I think it's better to start small, like Quad in the Indo-Pacific regions, or Japan, United States, the Philippines, because we already have mechanisms to communicate together. We already have a shared interest to work on, not only just focusing on cyber threats, but also like trade and international security. And I think it will be faster and more beneficial to use existing platforms and mechanisms to work on and address cyber threats, and gradually expand those platforms to include more like-minded countries to gradually cover the larger region of the Indo-Pacific.
All right, thank you very much for everyone for all your thoughtful responses. So we'll now open the floor to questions from the audience, if there are any. So please state your name and affiliation, and keep your questions concise if you have questions. All right, then, okay. Yes, sir?
Good morning. I am Robert Farrell from AFP OSSSM. So I have a question for Director Asedillo. Given the mention of the Philippine Cyber Force as the fourth major service of the AFP, are there steps to manifest this? If yes, where or what level are we at now exactly?
Mr. Asedillo, sir?
I'm not really privy to where the development of the cyber component of the AFP is right now. But let me just say why I proposed it be a cyber force, not just it's in its current form, the cyber command. We should already learn from the experience of other countries, which is what? So they have multiple services across air, land, and sea. And then they propose the creation of a cyber unit. What happens is the cyber unit always plays second fiddle to everyone else, because all of these three services across air, land, and sea would like to create their own cyber components. Therefore, the manning, the capacitation for the cyber unit always plays last. Having seen that, so that the proposed cyber force does not have to compete with talent across the three other services, they might as well jump that and have that ability to recruit, train, and employ their own forces. Now, the bigger question, and to me this is the more difficult to answer, where is now the delineation of what the service cyber forces will be performing versus what the dedicated cyber force will be performing? One example we can look at is the example of US Cyber Command. They protect the DoDIN, the DoD Information Network, and they also employ cyber mission forces, especially for hunt-forward operations. Now, the services take care of their own weapons platforms and the cyber component of that. That's one working delineation that we could look at. It's a bit more tricky for the Philippines because we also have to deal with the fact that the cyber units of the different services are not as mature yet. Therefore, there will be a competition, obviously, for the marketplace for talent. In the same way that our private sector is also competing for the same talent. Now, one way that the US tried to address this, not just in their military cyber, but in federal cyber, was to create, or to propose rather, some sort of a revolving door so that talent from government easily navigate through the private sector and then circle back to the federal cyber workforce so that both the private and the public sector benefit. They even doubled down on that proposal by recruiting wholesale from Silicon Valley into their military cyber reserve forces. That's one example we can look at. We can also look at the example of the cyber militia of one small European country, Estonia, which is now punching above its weight in terms of cyber. The fact that they have become the de facto Center for Excellence of NATO cyber is a testament to a working model. So these are just some of the things we can look at. I would suggest for the Department of National Defense and for the AFP to seriously look at creating a cyber force rather than wait for the AFP Cyber Command to reach full maturity, which I guess right now is experiencing some difficulties. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. ADG Valencia would like to add.
We also saw the need for creating a separate service. Right now, when you see Cyber Command, it's more of a service and operational support. But as Ashley has been saying, it is a different domain. Cyberspace, if we accept it as a different domain, then there should be a separate entity to address it. And beyond it, it becomes more than service support and more than operational support. So somebody would be taking the planning for and developing that system. It will take time, but we have to start. It should not only be cyber capabilities that has to be looked into by the armed forces. The questions would be, will the information and malign information systems of the armed forces of the Philippines be included in cyber? Those are the questions that you have to look into. So you have to prepare for cyber warfare, it not as a support, but the actual persons doing it. The requirements for soldiers in cybersecurity is very different from the infantrymen that you need. So there are differences actually that makes it more advantageous to have a new service. Not only the physical makeup of the person, the psychology of the person in cybersecurity, but also in the studies that they are going to undertake. So for us, it is necessary now that we work on the studies to separate the service of cyber. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Are there any additional questions from the floor? So we can see 3 hands raised. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
You
hi,
go
sir,
first.
ma'am. Good morning. I'm Cherry Miguel, Bloomify Cybersecurity Aboitiz. I just wanted to know in regards to alliances with the U.S., they called it earlier ironclad for the cybersecurity. So what are the AFP doing right now with the cyber warfare, cyber attack, cybersecurity, cyber criminality and everything, especially the national security of the AFP in the Philippines?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the
Thank you.
question. It's for ADG Valencia.
I can
Okay.
answer it.
Yes.
So if earlier we have heard in the previous panel that the relationship between our armed forces of the Philippines and the United States as regards to cyber is moving forward and fast. And this can be seen in the Balikatan. In previous years, Balikatan can only have air, sea, and land scenarios. But this time in Balikatan, they are already including cybersecurity scenarios. More than this, they're not only confining themselves within the armed forces, but inviting also cybersecurity experts from other agencies. So the development is fast in terms of capability sharing. So the United States is doing that for us. So we are very thankful, and we believe that as time goes, it's not only capacity, but also equipment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sir, yes, I saw you raise your hand. Microphone, please.
Yes, good morning. I am Jaime Bautista with the Philippine Council for Foreign Relations and the Philippine Ambassadors Foundation Incorporated. I have the impression that the EU has a common platform to combat misinformation as well as to explain common policies of the EU. So my question is, would the three countries of the Philippines, US, and Japan have a plan to have such a common platform and eventually to include the other members of Quad? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Harding, perhaps you could start.
Right. And I don't know if I can answer it comprehensively, but maybe just a couple observations here from Washington on this topic. Um, uh, it's been a complicated year in Washington, D.C., to say the least. And you know, some things have been broken, and some things have been put back together, and some things are out of fashion that were in fashion. And you know, it has been noted that the this term FEMI, foreign information manipulation and interference, is not part of the U.S. government vernacular anymore. And the context is that the issue of Russian interference in the U.S. election, it got in the politics around that got wrapped up with this issue of Chinese misinformation. And so the offices responsible for countering FEMI at the State Department was eliminated. The office within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence charged with countering foreign election interference in the United States was eliminated. But some of these offices in the work are being reconstituted to handle the China threat here, but with new terminology. So I think this has not been, you know, this has been, you know, it was sort of seen initially with worry, in my sense, in Manila, but it's sort of coming back together. And so you're not going to hear the U.S. government, I don't think, talking about, quote, FEMI, but they are going to be talking about PRC propaganda and misinformation and PRC influence operations. And I think we can absolutely get on the same page with that. You know, in a lot of ways, you know, things that existed and now no longer exist are coming back in new form, and I think this is one of them. But the United States is sort of still working through some pretty fundamental issues here in Washington.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Asedillo, and then ADG Valencia next.
Just two quick points. I think in the case of Europe, and thank you, sir, it's a very good question, actually. The case of Europe, the reason that they have a common platform is by design and by force of circumstance. Why by design? As in, whether you're talking about FIMI, in this case, or something related, for example, cybersecurity, they have a common platform for legislation, the European Parliament. So before the countries legislated their own cybersecurity initiatives, they had to have a comprehensive legislation first from the European Parliament. That was the case in the creation of their European Cybersecurity Agency, ENISA. That was in the case of the succeeding Cybersecurity Act that created standards for labeling and software and all the others. That said, another thing that's driving Europe's thought leadership and initiative in countering foreign interference and foreign influence and malign interference is also the entity we call Russia, who is one of the apex practitioners of that art form, if we may call it that. So yes, Europe to me constitutes a good model. In fact, they are one of the most active partners recently of the Philippines, not just in developing, not just in the introduction of the nomenclature, but more importantly, the development of practices that serve to counter FIMI activities, whether here in the Philippines or in the rest of the ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Matsubara-san, perhaps you have a quick response to the question.
So, thank you for your question. I'm not so sure if it's better to have a region-wide response to deal with misinformation or disinformation, because again, each country has a different legislation to interpret this information posted on social media that can be should be penalized under registrations, and also each country has a different understanding and interpretations and application of registrations to the freedom of speech and freedom of expressions. So that is why given that the Indo-Pacific region is far more diversified compared to the European countries. So that is why to make sure that we have respect to privacy and freedom of expressions, I think, in my personal opinion, it would be better to have a more nation-specific response.
All right. Thank you. Now, in the interest of time, I'm so sorry, but we could only take just one more question. The lady at the back, please.
Thank you. I'm Pip Morgan from the British Embassy. We've heard a lot about the importance of regulation, legislation, and policies. And with the new draft cybersecurity that's sort of currently in the House and may eventually get to the Senate within the 20th Congress, there was mention of NCAC becoming a new term. And I just wondered whether, given the importance of interagency cooperation and the sharing of information and not siloing, whether you had thought about what that would look like under the new legislation and what needs to be done so that interagency cooperation is improved. Thank you, and whether you're learning from other partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So,
Sir?
NSIAC means National Cybersecurity Interagency Coordinating Council. So it is headed by the Executive Secretary and co-chaired by DICT Secretary and the National Security Advisor. So it is not a new entity, but being strengthened in the new bill that is being proposed, because NSIAC was created not by law before. So this time, with the proposed creation of the National Cybersecurity Agency, then this new bill delineates the relationships between DICT, NSCA, and NSIAC. So NSIAC will be that body that discusses, among other departments, the various requirements needed to be addressed pertaining to cybersecurity. NCSA would be under the supervision of DICT uh, and to be sending its report also to the NSHAC. So NSHAC will be that body where all other agencies will be participating in terms or as regards to the policies being implemented on cybersecurity and emerging technologies.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's still time, if I may just add, thank you, ADG Valencia, sir, for that. Um, Another thing that we need to add, whether you call it NSHAC or any other name, it's really important that after the level of your primary cybersecurity agency, there needs to be some sort of policy coordination and integration of, as Ms. Morgan said, the interagency effort. In the US, for example, they bring that up to a level of a board when a cyber attack, for example, is of such a magnitude that there needs to be further study for it and that there needs to be a cascading not only of the lessons learned, but the efforts needed to strengthen and learn from it to be more resilient after that particular cyber attack. So my point is, for example, in the case of Israel, they have brought in their National Cyber Directorate into the Prime Minister's office, which allows it now to do interagency coordination. So my point really is, whatever structure you look at, there needs to be a supervening body above your line agency so that not only is policy coordinated, but action is also brought to bear on a wider scale, not just across government, but even across the private sector.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we have reached the end of our time. And let me bring this discussion now to a close. So thank you very much to all our panelists and to our audience, to everyone here for your engagement, for all the great questions. And we hope that this discussion contributes to deeper understanding and more resilient cyber governance across the Indo-Pacific. All right, so thank you very much. So please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you very much to our panelists and Dr. Tana. And may I please request our panelists, including si Matsubara-san and Mr. Harding, to please remain where you are because we need to take a photograph. Mr. Yamamoto, please join the panelists. We have to give a little space for our panelists who are joining us online. Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much again. Okay, now we come to the next and very important part of our program, which is lunch. Okay. So please, our speakers will be served plated meals while the buffet is open for the rest of our guests. The buffet will be served outside in the upper lobby, just outside the conservatory. Please enjoy your meals. And by the way, we will be back, start the next portion of our program by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So please take note, watch out for your watches. Okay, thank you very much.
Meron daw. Meron. Akin na yung wireless, lalaban din ako. Yung X2. Tatracing ko kung hindi ko may patay. Tatracing ko kung... Hindi, yung ano to, itong... Baka kasi dyan ang gagaling eh. Hindi mo natin mababa.
We're just fixing your frame and I'll let you know. Okay. Can we try speaking? Lagyan na lang.
It would be much
Just
more helpful if
adjusting the
I
volume.
unmuted myself. Yeah.
Sorry, just quick. We're adjusting the volume now.
No problems.
Okay, you can try again.
Okay. How does this sound?
Okay, we're good. Thank you. Are you? Sige, pahinaan na lang. Are you able to hear us on our end?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, thank you again. I'll see you later. Just after
Okay.
yeah, the
No
program
problems.
will be
Okay.
starting soon.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just hang out here.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
I hope everybody's had a good lunch. So may I like to request everyone to take their seats so that we can start in a few minutes. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Once again, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you have recovered from lunch. Okay. Oh, yeah, coffee is a good way to do it. Now we're going to have our third panel. And we've been looking at things very macro for the past to the previous statements and previous panels, but now we're coming to something kind of more familiar, more day to day, so to speak. No? Our discussion, this third panel, which will cover the topic building cyber resilience, legal, political, and technical frameworks and measures. The discussion will cover pressing and rather familiar challenges such as disinformation, election interference, okay, while highlighting successful models of public-private collaboration and regional cooperation to protect critical infrastructure and enhance collective cybersecurity. To kick off our panel number 3, we're pleased to welcome Major General Fabian Pedregosa, Commander of the newly launched Strategic Command of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. General, thank you.
I think I have the toughest job, being presenting my presentation after lunch. So please bear with me. Okay. Distinguished guests, of course, Professor Dindo Manhit, thank you very much for inviting me. Policymakers, cyber experts, defense professionals, esteemed colleagues, and members of the public, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I am Major General Fabian M. Pedregosa, the commander of the newly activated AAP Strategic Command. Today, I will address a subject of growing urgency, the role of the Armed Forces of the Philippines in building cyber resilience. As our world becomes even more digital, so too do the threats that challenge our national security, our critical infrastructures, and our way of life. Cyber resilience, the ability to anticipate, withstand, respond to, and recover from cyber attacks, has become a cornerstone of national defense. A cornerstone of national defense. The military stands at the forefront of this effort, not only as the defender of its own system, but as a partner in safeguarding the nation's digital future. Let me begin with some sobering statistics. In 2024, the Philippines ranked third in ASEAN for cyber attacks, with close to 2 million on-device attacks targeting businesses. Over 80% of organizations in the country experience an average of 3 cybersecurity breaches throughout the year. In just the first half of 2024, more than 300,000 credentials were compromised, and phishing attacks surged by more than 20%, with over 17,000 incidents reported. The finance sector alone recorded the highest number of phishing attempts in Southeast Asia, with over 160,000 incidents targeting business devices. Cybercrime complaints tripled in 2024, reaching over 10,000 cases and resulting in more than 190 billion in losses. Consumer fraud accounted for more than 35% of complaints, while online fraud made up over 30%. Alarmingly, more than 60% of Filipinos with ICT devices encountered technology-enabled incidents last year, double the rate from 2019. Government agencies are not spared. In 2025, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency monitored more than 230 data breaches in high-level government agencies, with more than 30 agencies' sensitive information exposed on the dark web. The Department of Information and Communication Technology foiled close to 60 advanced persistent threat groups targeting government agencies, with over 5 million malicious attempts blocked against 32 agencies connected to national security operations. Our foremost responsibility is to defend our own system. The AP Cyber Defense Command is dedicated to securing military networks, detecting threats, and responding rapidly to incidents. By hardening our digital infrastructure, we ensure that our operations remain robust and our data protected. National security depends on the integrity of critical infrastructures, power grids, financial system, transportation, and telecommunication. These sectors are increasingly interconnected and exposed to cyber threats, with potentially cascading effects. Under the National Cybersecurity Plan, the AFP works closely with the DICT, PNP, and other agencies to protect the government's digital backbone. Our Defense Cyber Emergency Response Team coordinates efforts to address state-sponsored cyber incidents. And we are strengthening our capability to secure vital assets, such as submarine cable infrastructure, in partnership with the Philippine Coast Guard. Cyber resilience demands more than defense. It requires proactive capabilities. The military invests in intelligence gathering, threat analysis, and integrated cyber operations to identify and neutralize emerging threats. Our cyber warfare units develop tools and strategies to counter adversaries, disrupt malicious campaigns, and deter attacks. These efforts are integrated with traditional defense strategies, recognizing that modern conflicts unfold in both digital and physical domains. We are also expanding international cooperation with our allies through capacity building, information sharing, and technical assistance. Preparedness is key. The military conducts regular cyber exercises and war games to simulate attacks, test responses, and improve coordination among stakeholders. These scenarios expose weaknesses, validate contingency plans, and strengthen the readiness of both military and civilian teams. Our recent exercises, such as cyber defense exercise with the U.S. Armed Forces during Balikatan exercise and the AP Joint Exercise Dagit Pa, highlight the critical importance of enhancing cyber defense and resilience. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. The military fosters cooperation with the private sector and other government agencies by sharing threat intelligence, developing joint protocols, and securing supply chains. This collaboration builds trust, enhances situational awareness, and ensures that defenses are coordinated across all sectors. Participating in forums such as this by StatBase and PhilSec 2025 exemplify our commitment to improving collaboration and closing gaps that adversaries might exploit. Cyber resilience depends also on people as much as technology. The military invests heavily in training specialized personnel, developing expertise in cyber operations, and cultivating a security-first mindset at every level. Our programs focus not only on technical skills but also on leadership, ethics, and rapid decision-making under pressure. In the AP Strategic Command, cyberspace is now recognized as the fourth domain of warfare alongside air, land, and sea. Finally, the military contributes to the development of national and international cyber policies. By sharing our expertise, we help craft strategies that align with global norms, respect human rights, and promote stability. The AP Strategic Command plays a pivotal role in supporting the objectives of the National Cybersecurity Policy, ensuring that our plans and actions support broader and national and international commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, building cyber resilience is a national imperative that requires a whole-of-nation approach, one that demands vigilance, collaboration, and innovation. The military's role is vital, defending our own systems, protecting critical infrastructure, developing cutting-edge capabilities, fostering cooperation, training experts, and shaping policy. By integrating these roles, we create a comprehensive defense that anticipates, absorbs, and recovers from cyber threats. Let us continue to support this and strengthen these efforts, especially the AP Modernization Program, to ensure that our nation remains secure and resilient in the digital age. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po ang ating bansang Pilipinas. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Major General Pedregosa. Our next speaker is he is the commander of the Cyber Command of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. May I please call on Colonel Joey Fontiveros.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow cyber warriors, sir, Good afternoon. Let me be brutally honest. The Indo-Pacific is now the world's most contested digital battlefield. Right or wrong? Yes. The Indo-Pacific, every day, state actors and their proxies are inside our networks. Agreed? Stealing elections with deepfakes. Wow. Something new? No. Choking our ports with ransomware. Are you afraid? Not even. I'll tell you the secret later. And mapping our power grids for the day the lights go out. Cyber resilience is no longer a buzzword. It is the new deterrence. And how are we going to do that? It depends on our risk appetite. Three pillars decide whether we win or lose. I will be discussing the legal, political, and technical. Let me hit them hard and fast. I am given only 7 minutes. So legal, from paper tigers to steel traps. Most of our laws were written when Nokia 3310 was high-tech, right? Hello? Today, a teenager in a basement can do more damage than a battalion. We all know that. We need laws that move at the speed of code. Mandatory 24-hour breach reporting with real fines. Look at Europe's NIS2, Network and Information Security, and the DORA, all from European Union. So let me just segue on this one. When I spoke with the Asia Collective last September, I strongly manifested that breach reporting should not be coursed through with, this information platform. We need an active, real-time sharing platform of these attacks happening. Because at present, we have this malware information sharing platform that when we receive the information, those are just informations. They become history. So I strongly manifested, why not? You have the money, we can help you develop a system that during the course of attack, we are seeing right at that moment what is happening, and then we can act. That is resilience. That is the essence of resilience. Product liability, so the vendor who ships in insecure IoT junk pays when it becomes a botnet. So what are we doing in this aspect? DND is in the forefront of implementing strong mechanism, that is vetting. Okay, vetting of the supply chain is the next problematic environment that we need to address. In my course of my career as a cyber professional, not at all an expert, the defeatist concept would tell us that humans are the weakest link of cybersecurity, right? Now, since 2013, when we adopted cyberspace as another domain of AAP operations, significant activities were devoted, resources were devoted for us to transform. So that defeatist concept, we do not accept it already because humans now are becoming the firewall. Do you agree with that? If you do not agree, when you do your strategic planning, having this defeatist concept and this mindset, you will have now different implementations, right? So you be careful on what you accept because that will affect what everything you do for the good of this country. Criminalize ransomware payments above a threshold. Why? Why should you pay about having this ransomware on your network? So maybe you have a problematic implementation in cybersecurity. I would say that I'm not never, or I will never be afraid about ransomware. Why? Back in the Army, when we were starting, we created this data disaster recovery strategy. It was intended for the big one. So we were preparing for the big one since 2014. But the big one is not yet coming. I hope it will not come. But then, as technology progressed, we saw the relevance of this preparation as applicable to anti-ransomware. So you get ransomware, and then we are back immediately because we have the backup, right? So these are the things that we do. In the Indo-Pacific, Singapore, Japan, and Australia already have this teeth. So if you have this teeth, I think we need to consult the dentist every now and then. Meaning, we need to be trained. We need to be responsive to the demands of these new technologies coming in our midst. The rest of us, we're still brushing with a toothbrush from 2012. So time to upgrade time to upgrade or get eaten. We do not want that. Number two, the political. Trust is the new currency. I heard this during the speech of Major General Valencia. Trust is the new currency. Sun Tzu said, know your enemy. In cyberspace, we often don't even know who else is fighting the same enemy. Why? Because we are doing it in silos. We never have operationalized the word collaboration. Collaboration is sexy. When you talk collaborations, well, you are, you are respected, or maybe people listen at you. But then when we talk together about collaboration, how far did we go in implementing this one? All talking? Sabi nung Chinese, all talking, no doing. No good. See? The winning model is simple. Radical trust. Radical speed. Well, if you want me to discuss later on this one with you, I can discuss it to you later in detail. What's radical trust? No longer the zero trust, okay? But radical trust. So more than zero trust. Radical speed, we do not want to have historical narratives about threats. We need real time. Real-time threat sharing, not PowerPoint sharing 6 months later. So how can we do incident response? When a government entity is in charge, like about the threats, and then we will be receiving that after 2 months, 1 month. So what is the relevance now of our action? We are just learning about the nature of the malware, that we can have it open source. They abound, right? So we need actions. Wait, 5 minutes na. 5 minutes na ba yan, o? So I will capture it. Sorry, I am being taken. Okay, so let me just read my presentation so that I could comply with the time. Later, please give me more time. Okay, so joint attribution mechanisms. When China or North Korea, I'm sorry for the term, hits one of us, we name them together, sanction them together, disrupt them together. Can we do that? Only then if we have collaborated in the truest sense. Public-private operational fusion cells, like Singapore's Cyber Shield and Australia's joint cybersecurity centers, where telcos, banks, and governments sit in the same room, same screens, same fight. This is resilience. The Quad is already doing this at leader level. Who are the Quads? India, Singapore, US, and the other one? Singapore, India, Japan, Australia, and US. Sorry. So the Quad, yes. ASEAN must stop hiding behind non-interference when the interference is already inside our routers. So number 3, technical, malapit na po. Assume breach, design for survival. Prevention is dead. Do you accept that? Every network will be penetrated. The only question is, how fast do you detect, contain, and recover? So that is resilience. Winning playbook, let me discuss 4 non-negotiables. Identity-centric security. If it doesn't have a verified human or machine identity, it doesn't touch the network. Immutable backups and segmented architecture. So this is one way of having a radical trust. So ransomware can encrypt your future. So be not afraid of ransomware. The best antidote for ransomware, you should have your backup. Kahit anong gagawin ng ransomware, pabalik-balik. If you have the backups, no problem at all. Automated orchestration, humans are too slow when attackers move at machine speed. Now, I would like to share you something. When I was trying to figure out my Kali Linux machine, how to empower that, it was so amazing that I discovered that you can now integrate AI or large language models through the terminal. Kali Linux having Grok AI, having Gemini, so that when you do your thing, you are guided. Okay. Last 1 minute. Sovereign cyber reigns and red teams, we must attack ourselves harder than the enemy ever will, and the ultimate game changer, talent. We have done this when we enlisted 50 enlisted personnel, when we created cyber battalions. That spelled a big difference. A single brilliant 22-year-old defender is worth more than 100 slide decks. Yet most Indo-Pacific nations are producing lawyers and accountants, not reverse engineers and exploit developers. That has to change yesterday. Closing pants, let me have this one. We already have the frameworks, different networks, NIST, ISO, and so forth. ASEAN's own strategies. We don't need another declaration. We need courage to enforce, money to invest, and trust to share. Because when the next massive attack comes, and it's coming, history will not ask how many strategies we wrote. It will ask how fast we recovered, and whether our people could still vote, pay, and turn the lights back on. The Indo-Pacific can either remain a hunting ground or become the fortress that teaches the world how to fight back. I know which future I am choosing. The only question is, are we choosing it together? We should know the true meaning of collaboration. Thank you. I look forward to the fire this panel is about to bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Fontiveros. My main takeaway from your presentation is that we need to get new toothbrushes. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Koichiro Komiyama, Director of the Global Coordination Division, Japan Computer Emergency Response Team Coordination Center. Sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Koichiro Komiyama from Japan Computer Emergency Response Team. I've been working in cybersecurity industry for over 2 decades, doing the on-the-ground incident response work for mainly for Japan's critical infrastructure. And I'm also a senior researcher at Keio University Research Institute, and researching, teaching AI/cybersecurity. In recent years, my research is about how infrastructure, cyberspace infrastructure like data centers, subsea cables, how those physical infrastructure influence national security. And today's theme, cyber resilience, is exciting and extremely relevant. There's a famous saying often attributed to General Omar Bradley: amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. So this afternoon, I like to pretend myself being as a professional and like to talk about the logistics of cyberspace, not strategy. Resilience, cyber resilience requires logistics, repairing, maintaining, coordinating, and sustaining the infrastructure that keep us connected. And subsea cable infrastructures is one of the clearest example of this. Can you move on to the next slide? So about 95% of your internet traffic goes through submarine cables, while satellite communication like Starlink, they still account for only a very small share. According to a British research company, the world now operates more than 1.5 million kilometers of submarine cables in total. 1.5 million kilometers, and it's pretty difficult to imagine. The Philippines alone, this country hosts roughly 16,000 kilometers of them. So about 1.1% of all submarine cable lengths worldwide runs through somewhere around this country, Philippines. And the Philippines and Japan, we are both island nations, and we both rely heavily on subsea cable, not only its international traffic, but also domestic communication. And I believe there's something, Japan and Philippines and Japan could do together in this regard. And these cables fail far more than you think. And most of Philippine people from Philippines, I believe you still remember September this year, there was a magnitude 6.9 earthquake off Cebu Island, and it damaged both power line and communication line, and Cebu's connectivity was temporarily lost. People could not use ATM. People could not make call to their family living in different island. And the cause of damages or cause of this outage are not limited to aging equipment or natural disaster like earthquake. In fact, precisely 12 months ago, November last year, 2 subsea cables in Baltic Sea were cut in succession, and investigation by Denmark authority concluded that there's a there's a high confidence that the incident was the result of Russian sabotage operation, earthquake, military operation, and many other things damage subsea cable infrastructure. And I was particularly struck when the Finnish foreign minister, in front of media, uh, okay, in front of media, warned that NATO might consider invoking Article 5 over cable sabotage. Article 5 of NATO treaty means an attack on one member state is considered an attack to all, and it is the core of NATO's. It is core of the NATO's collective defense. So it is becoming, well, the subsea cable, the stakes are very high. And regardless of the cause, cable outage occurs every few days somewhere on Earth, and repairing these cables requires highly specialized vessels. Today there are over 50 subsea cable vessels, cable repairing vessels worldwide, and this is too few, given that we have like, you know, 0.5 million kilometer of network worldwide. Two Japanese telco operates 7 cable ships, but demand for repair, demand and new construction is so high, and they are always very busy. So therefore, cable outage, if it happened in, for example, Taiwan or Tonga, they must wait. You know, cable ship come to their territory out of water to fix the issue for like 4 to 6 months, because of the cable vessels are taken for other work, or they also must travel for long distances. Next slide, please. But the case of Cebu outage was different. The damaged cable was repaired very quickly. It only took few weeks. And this is the reason why. Because Japanese new cable ship began operation earlier this year, and it is stationed in Batangas. I'm not sure if I pronounced the name of the city correctly. Batangas, okay, Batangas. I was there two days ago. It took me 2 hours just to get there. And, you know, you see the photo on your left side is the ship itself. So about 15 Filipino crew members were on standby for the next operation. The crew showed me the anchor, which they used to lift the cable, damaged cable, during the Cebu repair on your right side. It was old and full of scratches, but thanks to this, you know, piece of metal, Cebu is now connected to global cyberspace. I said this is a Japanese cable ship, but this ship is a Philippine flagged vessel, of course with a Filipino captain and Filipino crew. When repair work began, NTT, the Japanese telco, they sent operation managers, joined the crew, and they really work side by side. And I think this is a very clear and remarkable example of Japan-Philippine collaboration, which producing direct, measurable, and strategic impact on national resilience. So next slide, please. This is my last slide. I'd like to conclude. So part of my research, I look back at the history of war, history of military operation, and history of military operation, especially affecting the communication infrastructure. And no need to say, modern military operation from the Spanish-American War in 1898 to recent Russian aggression to Ukraine, that was a few years back, always involve disruption of communication infrastructures. And we should assume the same could happen in East Asia in the near future. And based on these observation and reflection, I'd like to offer 3 policy recommendations, which is, first, Japan and Philippines should jointly become major player in cable vessel operation in this region. Our competitors are not in this room. There are companies such as HM and N-Tech, Fiber Home, the Chinese companies. So to secure resilient infrastructure, Japan and Philippines must cooperate, and we really have to be very competitive in this world. Second, I think cable vessels deserve special protection framework. Repair vessels they can only operate within our waters. They cannot be sent into high-risk conflict zone. Yet subsea cable systems carry strategic national value, especially as tension rises in South China Sea, East China Sea, and other regions. So we need legal and operational protection that recognize these vessels are essential infrastructure assets. Third, last thing, we should share the ultimate goal. And by saying ultimate goal, I mean in cyberspace, nation with access to more data become global cyber powers. And right now, it is United States and China. For Japan and the Philippines, we really need to expand our data center capacity. And a country cannot be a data center hub, or a country cannot be the center for data center industry if it cannot repair, if it cannot maintain secure, stable connectivity infrastructures. So that's why, we need to invest cable ship and cable repair work first. But that is one of the enabler. Our ultimate goal is to get more data on Philippines soil or Japan's soil. So I'd like to conclude. Cyber resilience, it is built by people, Philippine engineers, Japanese partners, and of course, regional alliance working together. And I'm grateful the opportunity to contribute the further discussion with all other distinct panelists. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamiyama. Connection. Gold. Okay. Our next speaker. May I call on Mr. Don McLean Hill, non-resident fellow, Strat-Based Institute, lecturer of the Department of International Studies of De La Salle University. Please join us on stage. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Professor Manhit. Of course, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, and of course, to be among such great minds in one room. My topic, and of course, before that, very good to see my students here as well as part of the Strat-Based team. Now, it's very important to note that we are in an evolutionary phase where the transition of power is largely defined by their multifaceted capabilities, and among them is, of course, cybersecurity. Now, I'll be talking about one of the 4 pillars of the Quad, which is India, and basically talking about India's cybersecurity capabilities from a foreign policy angle, along with, of course, the participation of India in cybersecurity cooperation within the context of the Quad in the Indo-Pacific. Next slide, please. Now, just a little brief background on India's digital landscape. It has over 900 million internet subscribers. By 2030, the number of digital transactions would be a fifth of the Indian economy, which is expected to grow at $7+ trillion, poised to be, rough estimates, the third largest economy in the world. Now, along with that, of course, India today poses, that statistics of having the highest volume of digital transactions, and this trend is likely to grow given the processes and natures of how things work in India particularly. So this trend is expected to increase. Next slide, please. Now, the defense sector of India has witnessed a lot of improvement when it comes to indigenous tech. And of course, India's goal of achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is self-reliance in various aspects. And defense, of course, is one of the key attributes of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat objectives. So there are a number of important developments that we have to take note of when understanding India's indigenous cybersecurity capabilities in the defense sector. Of course, among them would be the indigenous operating systems that the armed forces of India, the Indian military is using, along with other security sectors and agencies in the country, such as the Maya OS. And of course, Chakravya is within the Maya OS, which also increases the protection of the use of the software by various agencies in the country. Now, of course, in terms of its capabilities in the maritime space, most especially, and of course the regional space, India has also been one of the few Indo-Pacific countries that has been able to develop its own maritime domain awareness system, similar to what Japan has as far as the MSIL is concerned. India also has a number of important programs that in fact enhances its self-reliant posture, particularly in maritime domain awareness. Yes, it does subscribe to Sea Vision. It has also recently subscribed to Hawkeye as far as dark vessel detection is concerned, but it has also developed a sophisticated system such as the NITRA, NatGrid, and IMAC. Allow me to very briefly explain. The NITRA is, of course, an important integral aspect in India's ability to monitor traffic, internet traffic. The NatGrid is, of course, a compiling agency that compiles data across various sectors of government. And of course, the IMAC is, I think, the most sophisticated, which eventually was operationalized in 2014, that collates and gathers information across the different surveillance and target acquisition programs of India, assets of India, and compiling them into one comprehensive picture, comprehensive image, which is, of course, vital for India's fusion center as well. It goes hand in hand with the fusion center in Gurugram, which tackles largely the Indian Ocean region, but under the Quad framework, it has been collaborating with its like-minded partners to expand the reach of its capabilities beyond the Indian Ocean. And of course, India's Fusion Center and the IMAC program have been pivotal in collaborating with other like-minded countries like Japan, France, and smaller island countries of the Western Indian Ocean that do not have the capabilities to properly monitor their vast exclusive economic zones. And this is where, of course, we see one of the important aspects of India's capacity building. And we have also seen more recently the convergence of this development in India's cybersecurity capabilities with operational endeavors such as what happened the past few months in Operation Sindoor. We've seen, of course, how the alignment takes place congruently and has, in fact, contributed to a more positive outcome for India in that regard. Next slide, please. Okay, so mapping India's security landscape, indeed, it is not all rosy for India. As we can see, based on a consensus of various reports, India's cyberspace is the second most targeted along with its growth. So we see that as it continues to grow, its position as one of the key targets has also increased. Second to the US. Initially, it was third after Taiwan, but there are various reports, various statistics, but if you collate more of the majority of these literature, India falls into the number 2 category. So I know I have 2 minutes left, so we'll skip the statistics on that to the next slide. So these are the most vulnerable sectors. These are the most targeted sectors within India. Number one would be the finance and banking, the government, telecommunications, health, and automotive. These are the top 5 sectors that are targeted in India. Next slide, please. The defense sector is also not free from its problems. As of course the modernization of the defense systems continue, these require persistent overhauls, repairs, and upgrades, as our distinguished previous speaker has noted, in order to match up with the emerging threats that are seen in the region. And of course, this is important in order to ensure that data is shared more efficiently. Next slide, please. So there's another factor that is not often talked about within policy circles in India, but of course it is China. And we see an increase in the China threat actors within India's cyberspace, particularly after the eruption that took place in Galwan. Where Chinese troops, as some of you may know, have encroached within India's side of the line of actual control, leading, of course, to the bloodiest interaction from the past few decades. And since then, the number of cyber attacks from China-backed agencies, China-backed groups, and China-supported groups have increased, targeting critical sectors among the overarching sectors that I've mentioned earlier on. I could probably go into this in detail afterwards. Next slide, please. Now, of course, India's regulatory landscape is quite comprehensive. There are various legislations, so the legal aspect is actually quite emphasized when it comes to India's endeavors to address the emerging threats emanating from the cyber domain. Of course, the mother of all these legal frameworks would be the Information Technology Act. In 2021, there was an updated framework as the IT rules that have been more proactive in engaging with and addressing the more emergent threats in social media and all these things that were not initially talked about since the creation of the Information Technology Act. And of course, the last point I'd like to make before getting to the next slide, I know I'm running out of time, would be the allocation of business rules of 1961. So the 2024 amendment again relocated the administrative sector of India's cybersecurity framework. Next slide, please. So we could go to the, so before this, so because of these efforts, if you look into the Global Cybersecurity Index, India was able to elevate its position in Tier 1. And of course, it was found that the key aspects of India's strengths would be the technical, the legal, the capacity development, and cooperation measures in areas of its relative strength. Next slide, please. So I won't go into detail, but of course, I just want you to know that India's cybersecurity architecture works within a nodal system, and a node, the hub, is in fact the National Security Council under the Office of the Prime Minister that allocates the various responsibilities among the various agencies. We could talk a little bit about that later. Next slide, please. So leading to the end, towards the end of my presentation, is a cooperative aspect of India's cybersecurity dreams and objectives. Along with self-reliance, it can't go hand in hand with collaboration among like-minded countries. And among the Quad members, India has been able to cement sophisticated levels of cooperation through MOUs and various confidence-building measures with Japan, which has been, in fact, we'll start with Australia. That has, in fact, blossomed in just the past few years. We have seen collaborations on tracking deep fakes and other forms of collaborations in the realm of social media. With Japan, it has actually become more sophisticated, talking about joint research and development activities. And along with this, of course, would be sharing of vital information. And I was talking about this earlier on. Information sharing, we talk about it like it's some buzzword, but it's a lot more complicated than it seems. It's a process that requires a series of confidence-building measures to reach that level of information sharing, particularly in the cyberspace. And India and Japan were, in fact, able to level it up further. The United States, I'd like to say, in last point, is one of the most comprehensive partners of India in the field of cybersecurity cooperation. There is a Center of Excellence on Cybersecurity located in the southern state of Maharashtra, in Pune, the city of Pune, where the US, through its Homeland Security and the Indian counterpart, have also been working together for intelligence sharing and joint collaborations in reports. And this was a product of the 2025 MOU between the US and the US and India. Last slide, please. Okay, so for the last slide, just to show you, well, there are two slides, but this is pretty much the last slide. To show you the progress within the Quad as far as cybersecurity cooperation is concerned. And just to tell you, the most comprehensive aspects of collaboration was actually reached in 2023 when it took place in Japan. So 2021, there was a pledge to create the cybersecurity, or the Quad Senior Cyber Group, which meets every year. To navigate, of course, how all 4 countries can synergize efforts. In 2022, they agreed, by virtue of Australia's leadership, to the joint principles to guide cybersecurity cooperation between partners. 2023, so this will be my last slide. 2023, we've seen more commitment with the creation of various frameworks for the Quad countries to cooperate in, such as the Quad Cyber Challenge. And this is a track 1.5 and track 2 that supports education when it comes to cybersecurity among the 4 countries, and providing grants and training to various private sectors, not just within these 4 countries, but across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Along with that would be the joint principles for secure software. So it's about securing software supply chains, which has also been a product of the joint principles the previous year. And of course, more focus on the track 1.5 government academia cooperation. I think this is the value that Quad adds to the cybersecurity aspect of cooperation, and it shouldn't just be at the track 1 level. And that key engagement in the Philippines, such as what StratBase is doing, is crucial to raising awareness among all of this. And of course, 2024 that took place in the US, there was a resumption of this idea. Now, in conclusion, I'd like to say that the 2025 Quad Summit, we're not sure whether it would take place or not, given, of course, bilateral tensions that are temporary at the very least. But we still see collaboration going on, such as the Malabar exercise between the navies of the 4 Quad members are concurrently taking place off Guam. So the collaboration continues, but perhaps not at the summit level yet. There are challenges, of course, such as, again, the sharing of information, aligning each other's regulative environments. That's a challenge for Quad members, but at least there are basic frameworks set that are able to further the collaboration. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill, for that very comprehensive presentation about what's happening in India as well as in the Quad cooperation. But I think you're going to have to wait a little bit for that summit to take place. They have to finish the Epstein files first. And our final panelist for this afternoon is Mr. Jason van der Schiff, Fellow in the Cyber Technology and Security Program at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. He's joining us via video conferencing. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Hi there.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's great to join you all. I'm Jason van der Schiff, a non-resident fellow with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's Cyber Technology and Security Program, and I'm based in Southern California. I'm very pleased for the opportunity, given this is a conversation that consumes much of my time, what real cyber resilience looks like in a region that has connected itself faster than it has secured itself. Across Southeast Asia, national life now runs through systems built, operated, or governed elsewhere. Cloud platforms offshore, undersea cables in contested waters, foreign-built telecom networks, and consumer devices with opaque supply chains. These dependencies have delivered growth, but they've also created exposure. Adversaries understand that exposure well, and they're shaping it to their advantage. Cyber operations in the region have shifted from intellectual property theft to espionage to increasingly persistent pressure and coercive influence. Access into telecom networks, credential compromise, cloud-focused intrusions, and information operations all now work together. The biggest impact often isn't the breach itself, it's the uncertainty it creates about the integrity of data or systems. Artificial intelligence is accelerating this. And here I'll borrow a point from one of my ASPE colleagues, Jason Healy, because it captures the reality perfectly. In most sports, you need a brilliant defense to beat a team that's merely good. If the attackers are good, you need all-stars. And if the attackers are all-stars, you only have one option, and that's to pray. AI changes the math. If APTs can automate entire incidents, their medium teams suddenly perform like top-tier teams. They can hit more targets at lower cost and reserve their elite operators for the hardest problems. AI-driven attacks may never break the best defended systems, but they will overwhelm everything below that line, and that is the strategic risk. Supply chains add yet another layer. When critical infrastructure relies on hardware or software we can't verify, we're not just exposed to technical failure, but to strategic leverage. Sometimes the most consequential risk is the one you can't see. So the question is, how do we respond? First, we need to treat cyber resilience as a systems issue, not an IT issue. It spans legal frameworks, telecom regulation, procurement rules, cloud governance, and national security strategy. If these parts don't line up, adversaries will operate in the gaps. Second, the region needs deeper interoperability. ASEAN's efforts matter, but information sharing alone isn't enough. We need shared definitions of incidents, cross-border exercises that reflect cloud and identity-driven attacks, and practical mechanisms to coordinate disruption when campaigns cross those jurisdictions. The region's infrastructure is already interconnected. Our defenses should reflect that reality. Third, governments need to treat cyber as a core operational responsibility. When digital identity, welfare payments, health systems, or elections rely on insecure infrastructure, that's a national safety risk, not an IT fault. Elevating cyber means capability, resources, and decision-making authority, not just policy documents. Fourth, industry really has to lead and has a great role to play here. Most of the region's critical infrastructure is already privately run. So that means security by design, transparent supply chains, joint red teaming, and real-time threat sharing needs to be normal practice. The Philippines banking sector is already showing how collaborative fusion centers can work. Other sectors can adapt that model, and the examples given previously in Australia and Singapore as well. Fifth, we need to take trust in cloud and hardware seriously. Data residency isn't the same as control. Sovereignty requires visibility into how cloud systems operate, who administers them, and how workloads behave in crisis. And zero trust cannot stop at the software layer. If you can't verify the hardware running critical networks, you're basing national resilience on assumption. Finally, resilience means operating through disruption, not pretending that we can avoid it. That requires rehearsal, coordination, and clear authority during incidents. Cyber crises shouldn't be the moment when partners are exchanging business cards. If there's one point I'd like to underline, it's this. Resilience is built long before anybody sees the benefit. The region's adversaries are already pre-positioning access, shaping narratives and learning from our dependencies. Our task is to build the trust, interoperability, and capability to match that tempo. We already talk about secure by design, but in a region this interconnected, it's my belief that that idea has to stretch further. We need secure by acquisition, secure by assurance, and secure by operation, because resilience isn't a feature you bolt on, it's a discipline that has to run through the whole system. Southeast Asia's digital future will be shaped by more than cables, cloud, and connectivity. It will be shaped by whether we can trust the systems we rely on, trust the partners we work with, and recover quickly when things go wrong. That trust can't be imported. It has to be built. Thank you very much.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Schiff. And now we're going to have our panel discussion. Can I please call up stage Major General Pedregosa, Colonel Fontiveros, Dr. Komiyama, Mr. Hill, and finally Mr. Van der Schiff will also join us online. And to moderate this particular panel, we are privileged to have with us Lieutenant Colonel Janet Arceo, one of ASEAN's top women in cybersecurity 2022, and a National Security Fellow at the Philippine Council for Foreign Relations. She will be our moderator.
Thank you very much, Sir Mon. And again, good afternoon to everybody. You know, always we're worried that the after lunch session will be a little bit challenging. But with such brilliant and excellent speakers, I don't think anyone actually fell asleep, right? And so, in fact, while listening to all of these gentlemen, I was wondering, what else can I ask them? They've actually pretty much presented very instructive and prescriptive action points in terms of being able to achieve cyber resiliency. So let's just deep dive already into the conversation. Somebody said that in fact cyber resiliency is no longer a buzzword, and I completely agree. But it has been said over and over again the entire morning, and of course during this afternoon's first panel. I'd like to ask each one of our panelists with 1 to 2 sentences. Everybody's saying that cyber resiliency is the new deterrence, and personally I agree. What to you, sirs, does it mean to say that cyber resiliency is the new deterrence? Let me ask first Major General Pedregosa, sir, please. And then we continue, and then we end with Mr. Jason.
This year, with the activation of the AP Strategic Command, cyber became one of the key priorities of the Strategic Command. And to create deterrence, we have to build our cyber capability, starting with our Cyber Operations Center, which can be the collaboration hub between the private sector and other government agencies. So at the moment, we're developing the plans to implement those, of course, in accordance with our national cybersecurity plan in coordination with the ICT, other agencies. And of course, this has to be also done together with our bilateral and multilateral partners to improve our capacity, our capability. So that's the thrust right now in building and strengthening our cyber defense and security posture in order to build deterrence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, we believe that the activation of the Strategic Command is one of the most decisive and most important action or steps that the DND is actually, or the AFP is actually pursued. So, Sir Joey, that was such a interesting presentation. Sir, what does it mean when we say that cyber resiliency is the new deterrence?
Yes, before I will answer you, let me just highlight the significance of having the strategic command. So because strategic command, in the later on, as I'm going to qualify it, is also going to that path, okay? So strategic command will be taking charge because, of course, we have to be predictive, right? So as we scan the environment, that war is inevitable. So the good thing here is that we have now a clear chain of command when in times of war, cyber command will be under strategic command. So now, that clear chain of command is empowering cyber command where it is operating during this time. So again, that's another instrument for deterrence. Why? Because we have a strong collaborative platform. So, well, again, I am really banking on this collaborative platform that we can institutionalize. We just concluded the cyber defense exercise, and we were actively including the reservists, NBI participated, the PNP, PCG. Now we have this exercise. So it's a good platform for collaborative training. As are we going to operationalize the ideals of that collaboration, we need a system. Yes? So what is that system? So just like developing a system so that during times that we are being challenged by cyber threats actively in our respective networks, that we can actively sit together, look at that cyber threat together, innovate, respond, contain, and everything. So when we do it together without silos, that's the best way that I could think of about resilience. Okay? So we need a platform. So in the AFP, we are now developing, we're on the stage of developing a system that would somehow integrate the different major services cyber units so that during attacks, we have visibility real time. So I think we are going to push through with that because as of this moment, as a part of our resilient activities, we are developing our messaging platform. Okay? So we are not dependent about Signal, WhatsApp, and everything. We will be launching this December.
Thank you, Sir Joe. You actually preempted some of my questions already, but thank you for that. Dr. Koichiro-san, from the CERT perspective or incident response perspective, could you please tell us what to you then is cyber resiliency as a deterrence?
Thank you. I'm not very sure if I can give you a straight answer to your question, but the new deterrence, depending on the definition of the word deterrence. Correct. But I think resilience is not a process to preparing something unbreakable. And as a practitioner, I know there's no such thing perfect cybersecurity or perfect resilience. And so resilience to me, it is the ability to bounce back. Even the case, your system, your infrastructure is being compromised or destroyed or undermined or sabotaged, it's okay. you can bounce back. And so I personally don't need deter or need to shape the adversary's action. You can just let them what they like to do, and instead we should really focus on foster the ability to bounce back, to repair, to fix, to make things again from the scratch.
Thank you. I'll change the question slightly for Don, for Dr. Hill and Jason. So current setup and systems, you mentioned earlier indigenous systems, indigenously developed systems. Does that is that actually a good model or thrust? I see Sir Joey, I knew he was going to say, agree with this one. Is that a good trajectory or direction in terms of building cyber resiliency? So I'll go with Don first, Jason, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Colonel. Yes, absolutely. So putting my India hat on, based on the experience that India has faced, coming from the most basics, when you talk about travel, for instance, if we remember, there was this huge shock that took place where thousands of passengers were stranded because of an operating system sort of issue. I think it was based on a Microsoft issue. But India's continued to function because it already has been using an indigenous system for civilian use as well. And this is a very basic example of how nurturing your indigenous capabilities could go a long way. But of course, to say that you are completely relying on an indigenous platform is, of course, I think a Herculean task that not even the most capable of countries, such as India and Japan, are able to do so completely. We still see that these countries rely a certain extent to the US model, the European model, but at the same time using that as an opportunity to also work simultaneously on their own. And that is in fact one of the major reasons that catalyzed India's interest in developing the various operating systems that it uses. But this is not the first time. Yes, the various OS systems that I mentioned are more I'd like to say more recent. But the effort to do so already began as early as 2008. There were limitations there because in the 2008 version, they still heavily relied on existing softwares. I mean, the more popular software. So still hasn't really been completely indigenous. But now there has been more effort with the increase in technological capabilities, the skill set, to actually pursue this endeavor. But again, it has to go hand in hand with using existing platforms because that would be detrimental if you just switch without looking into the overall landscape.
Thank you, Don. How about you, Jason? What are your thoughts on developing indigenous systems to bolster cyber resiliency?
Yeah, I'll just bounce off a comment that Dr. Komiyama made really around the resilience, which is, I think it's this idea of if we can absorb hits, if we can keep systems running and then deny an adversary real leverage, not going to take away what they've got, but we deny them that leverage, we really are going to take away the payoff of the coercion. And I think that really kind of ties into the deterrence aspect of cyber resilience. When I think about sort of indigenous systems, from an Australian perspective, we have a far smaller population than the likes of Japan and India and the Philippines. And so there's an interesting balance here, and it's something that I spend a lot of time talking to policymakers around the definition of sovereignty and that idea of sort of indigenous programs and really reframing what sovereignty means, that it doesn't necessarily always have to be completely homegrown, home built with an end-to-end supply chain. And it's really about building those trusted partnerships because we have all of these capabilities. I think historically, we've all generally looked to the American and the European systems. I think one of the big opportunities here is to look within the region, where I can tell you that the messaging system that's being built by the AFP has applications in lots of other parts of the region. And there's countries that would be, more than happy to sort of adopt that. And I think that's the sort of expanding the scope of what indigenous means is the interesting part for me in the context of the region.
Thank you, Jason. We have been talking about cooperation, interoperability, partnerships in terms of cybersecurity or bolstering our cyber resiliency. But in this particular matter of developing indigenous systems, I'd like to hear Colonel Fontiveros' thoughts on this one, specifically in the context of our cyber defense operations.
Yes, back in 2020, it was the pandemic, right? So we created Cyber Battalion. So as we navigated through improving our capabilities, we were able to develop two major information systems. I term it as natively developed by our personnel. So we developed the Cyber Exercise for Excellence. I term it as CyberX. So what is CyberX? It is a hacking platform actually, but it goes beyond the concept of hacking. Why? Because most of the CTF that I have been through is only developing the offensive mindset of participants. But CyberX is far, far different. Why? Here it is. Ang pinagkaiba po is ganito. When you go to the platform, if the problem is about SQL injection, so SQL is about database, right? So you need to learn about database. So you will be graded according to your research. How are you going to exploit open source intelligence related to your target? So, and will be graded not with the systems generated scoring. I call it the Judges X, inspired from the movie Judge Dredd. So Judges X. So we'll be graded according to your turn-ins. Okay, and then here comes the system generated, as we all know, once you get the correct answer, and then, of course, the graphical representation of progress will be shown. So that is the offensive mindset. Now, finally, we'll be transitioning into countermeasures. So you are able to solve the problem. What are the countermeasures? Now, what are the significance of this having these countermeasures that we are getting the turn-ins, the turns of the different participants. Anything new becomes part of our policy formulation and policy redirection. Yung mga gumagawa kami ng policy. So kung something new, we will get it. So this is the unique character of the CyberX that I was asked to present in Indo-Pacific Command in Hawaii, this platform. And then later on, Americans came to participate with this platform. They landed number 3. So another one, the cyber assets and risk management information system. 2 major systems during pandemic. So what are these? It gives you the real risk picture of units. What was the consequence? We get rid of pirated softwares because real time you can see who are patronizing pirated softwares. So of all the systems that would be developed, we created something that could help the Philippine Army defray millions of pesos for it to be diverted to most of, to other productive products. So we are very proud of this creation, and we are still using it now. And on December, DND will be using the cyber exercise platform again, and we continue to enhance this. And we are assured, or we are assuring any stakeholders using this platform, they will be secured.
Yeah.
No, will be wrong.
Thank you. And it helps build our doctrines in terms of, well, warfare in general, but cyber warfare in specifically. Are there similar mechanisms in any of your countries, Dr. Koichiro-san and Jason, for example? I'm sure you're the assumption is really the 2 countries, Japan and Australia, are far advanced in terms of this operations and these mechanisms. But are there any similar mechanisms or exercises, concept of operations in your countries? Similar to what Colonel Fontevera has actually described to us. And in terms of experience, has it actually contributed in increasing your cyber resiliency, if at all?
Jason, can you go first?
I was really hoping you would go first, Doctor. Look, I think you know, there's a variety of platforms that the Australians have built out specifically around this. I think one of the large efforts that we've really been undertaking is around the security of critical infrastructure. 2022, I think they started the original bill around that to actually create some legislative frameworks. And so within some of our departments, really starting to build tools that those critical infrastructure operators can use to help in that reporting. We have a very short escalation window that we try to maintain between the Australian Cybersecurity Centre and at the point that a critical infrastructure operator starts to report that there's been some incidents, and there have been some very large incidents over the last 2 years between two of the telcos being pinged and also an airline or two. And I think it's, the details of those systems aren't necessarily for discussion here, but I think it's that idea of really picking an area of focus. And so from the Australian context, I think what we've really done is pick that critical infrastructure as the area of focus. It was sort of sadly neglected, but that's really where we've put a lot of the efforts. And I think that's a little bit of a, cybersecurity in itself is this very, very large landscape. It's incredibly overwhelming, sort of where to start. I think, India's done a terrific job of this, of, really identifying areas where to go and focus on those from the operating system level and then build things around it. And that's, what we're seeing in Australia at the critical infrastructure level.
Thank you, Jason. Dr. Koichiro-san?
Thank you. For the exercise, based on my experience, what was very beneficial for many private sector is, by the way, so our self-defense force, they have been the part of various type of joint exercises with allies, which I'm not quite sure with. But for the private sectors, National Cybersecurity Center, they host the annual joint exercise among 15, 14 different critical infrastructure providers. So they ask all the representatives from each industry to come over, and representatives sit in one giant room. With this exercise, what we like to determine or what we like to find out is the dependency among those critical infrastructures. Okay, what if water purification facility goes down? How does this affect to electricity power plant or hospitals or broadcast stations? And in most cases, especially for the cyber part, power companies, power electricity supply is the top of food chain, or in most cases they are the killer. So obviously, by repeating that type of exercise, we found out it is vital. All the critical infrastructure providers are very important, but electricity, power plants, and energy company, they have the top priority among those all. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, there's so much talk about data sovereignty and some push in terms of having policies on data sovereignty. How do you think this will contribute to real cyber resiliency? And I'd like to start, of course, with Dr. Hill. This might be our last question.
Okay. Well, looking at it from the national process, right? Before reaching that level, when we look at, again, from India's perspective, we see how there have been several endeavors to strengthen, that level of national resilience, and of course to reach that level of, as we talked about, resilience for deterrence. But one thing I'd like to actually highlight, if I may, is the continuous internal struggles to achieve that level. So I talked earlier about the hub and spoke system within India's cybersecurity architecture with the National Security Council at the head, at the center. But we have recently seen problems where there have been overlaps between various sub-agencies. A recent example would be, for instance, the Home Ministry's I4C. So each ministry has its own department tailored for their responsibilities on cybersecurity based on the recent legislation. So I4C of the Home Ministry, for instance, was overlapped with the responsibilities attributed to the Ministry of Electronics, the CENT-IN department. So that shows you that despite the comprehensiveness of the structure, there are in fact various things that need to be addressed. And I think one thing that we need to take a look at would be focusing more on simulation exercises within the agencies. This is something that hasn't really been talked about much if we look at India's cybersecurity planning. And in fact, another thing is there were talks about the release of a national cybersecurity strategy as early as 2018. The draft was presented in 2020, which should have been a clear-cut provision of exactly this point. But again, there's still a lack of details surrounding it. Till now, it's still not there. So these are, I think, one of the things that we need to address first before at least reaching that level of resilience.
Thank you. That takes me to ask Major General Fabian, sir. From the Strategic Command perspective, we know that the U.S.-Philippines Balikatan exercise is one of the most robust bilateral exercises, and we have already included cyber defense exercises into the pie.
Yes.
Sir, in the coming Balikatan exercises, how much difference have we redesigned the cyber defense exercise vis-a-vis the previous years, and how is it close to simulating real-world scenarios in terms of a major cyber attack?
For this year, the cyber defense exercise, or CyDex, was conducted based on various scenarios that are isolated from the actual military exercise. But next year, it will be included, it will be part of the operational planning. In fact, this year in the AFP joint exercise, Colonel Fonteveros already presented their their implementing plan for the operational directive or plan for the joint exercise that will be the base that will be the basis for the Balikatan exercise scenarios next year. So various scenarios will be included, including defense of our critical information infrastructures, of our other civilian infrastructures like finance, telecommunications, and others. Those will be part of the scenarios. And as early as now, we're laying down the plans, and as mentioned by Jason, we have to rehearse this and rehearse this continuously so that during the exercise next year, we're ready, or at least the people that will man the cyber operations centers will be ready.
Right. Thank you, sir. This is like preparing for a major disaster, right? Colonel Fontaveros, you want to briefly add to that one? Is there plans to actually expand this cyber defense exercises to include the other partners and allies?
I think we started expanding already. And the beauty of it is that we have someone higher than us that could somehow orchestrate everything that we want to do in defending our cyberspace domain. And of course, we are looking that at the end of this exercise that we can establish this collaboration platform that we are dreaming of.
Thank you, sir. So lastly, I just need to ask this question, ladies and gentlemen, with your indulgence. We've been saying that trust is the new currency, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, cyber defense operations. In terms of trustworthy systems, what should be the level of vetting in terms of suppliers for tech equipment solutions that go into your system. Let me start with Jason. How much, up to what level should that be all the way to the 10th subcontractor of the main proponent or main supplier and so on?
Yeah, so I'm going to do a shameless plug for a report that I just put out that came out on Monday. So at ASPE, we just released a report called "In Whose Tech We Trust," and really looked at the region. There's two parts, and the first part of the report really outlines what the threat landscape looks like. The second report tries to make it more practical and really outline a framework. So we created sort of a trusted tech taxonomy, and really the point of that, and I won't kind of labor going into it. Everyone can read the report, but it's about looking not just at the layers of those vendors. We should go as deep as we need to. It's really about where those systems are going into. So we can have a level of exclusion. So countries that are embargoed, manufacturers that come from those countries, or they simply provide no level of opacity, we can exclude those. But there doesn't have to be a yes or no sort of very hard decision. It really is about considering where that equipment and where that vendor's equipment is going into the system. So, a very secret or a system that has a very high impact, we want to be really sure about that. Things that maybe have lesser impact, that's where we can start to make allowances, because it's complicated. We can't just say we're not going to buy things from a certain country. Australia is challenged by this greatly because our largest cyber adversary is our largest trading partner. So you can imagine that the halls of Canberra have to balance that very, very carefully. And so it's really about looking at the application of where that technology is going, rather than sort of a wholesale thing. But obviously implore everyone to take a look at the framework that we built out for this.
Thank you. How about Dr. Koichiro-san, from your experience and from your context particularly, how much is, or to what level of vetting should we go to ensure integrity and trustworthiness of certain systems or components of the system or network?
Thank you. So trust, so my understanding, so trust is, so when you get into this meeting room, I'm pretty sure you do not worry about the seating falling down to you or your chair collapse while you are sitting 3 hours in this meeting. So that's the trust. That's the trust you have on your chair, this building, this meeting room, etc., etc. And when we talk about the lack of trust in the cyberspace, that means when you use email, you may be worrying about Russian intelligence is following your activities. When you buy, when you use any online system, you may worry about your personal information was stolen by, I don't know, a criminal group in Philippines. So that's the trust. That's the symptom of lack of trust. And I still believe the level of trust to reach the level of trust in cyberspace, to gain more trust in cyberspace, we need more time, like 10, 20 years. That's why I strongly oppose any form of online voting or online election. We should just stick to paper and pencil. That's the thing my grandparents can believe in. She can trust. If it is a random system with, iPad style touch display, she may doubt. what this is all about. And so there's no silver bread for any of us to gain trust or increase the trust in cyberspace. And that can be only achieved with the cumulative effort for few decades.
Thank you very much, Christian. So for the final words of everybody, I'd like to ask, earlier the ambassadors actually said that, you know, if we have a checklist of things to do for cybersecurity and achieving cyber resiliency, they said everything on that checklist is a priority. From each one of you, if there's one, please don't answer the same way the ambassadors answered earlier. If there's really one item on the checklist of what is the most urgent that we need to pursue, which should it be? So I will start with Jason, to Major General Fabian, to Colonel Fonteveros, to Dr. Ichiro-san, and we'll end with Dr. Hill. Jason, for you, what would be the most urgent?
Yeah, I would say public education. Everyone talks about this, you know, the most vulnerable part of all of our cyber systems are our people. And that's really an area that I think is the most important. We can have the most robust and the most exquisite technology, but if we have poor password hygiene and are susceptible to phishing attempts, and it's all somewhat in vain.
Thank you very much, Jason. Major General Fabian, sir?
For me, it's policy. Policy is, I think, very important. The Cyber National Security Plan should always be updated and strengthened, because it is the source of support in order to design your infrastructure, to acquire the necessary platforms that you need, to education and training, and for collaboration and interagency cooperation. So a robust cyber national security plan that is responsive to the evolving threats in cybersecurity will lay down the foundation for us implementing agency to do our job.
Thank you, sir. Colonel Joey? One quick one.
One quick one. Okay, as we are now entertaining this, the paradigm shift in security, that is, we are looking now, we are focusing our attention about the supply chain. Okay, so the mechanism of a strong vetting must be upheld, not only on the strategic level, most especially this, on the operations and tactical level. Like what? We should be concerned about those providing the solutions have good or established governance, risk, and compliance. How are they doing with that? Incident response handling. So because before, we were just contented about technical support. No, this time, we need to go further so that every peso counts when we buy their solutions.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Koichiro-san?
Okay, so from the beginning, I only talk about the subsea cables resilience. So one final word is, since, again, both Japan and Philippines, we shared the very many things, geographies, island nations, and probably the mentality or how people behave. And so I think, you know, Japanese subsea cable technology should be the good fit for this country as well. Please consider to buy more Japanese product.
Thank you. Don, please, final word from you.
All right, so...
Well done, Dr. Koichiro-san.
Yeah, last point, we talked a lot about all these things, but I think the nitty-gritty would be on the supply chains for softwares. I think that is something that would require not just whole of a nation, but whole of countries' approaches along with aligning national policies. That's a Herculean task, but very important for cybersecurity resilience.
Thank you very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Mon, back to you.
Mic test. Oh, got it. Thank you very much to our panelists and to Lieutenant Colonel Arceo. Colonel Osei, I just want to answer your question myself, your last question. Colonel Osei, your last question. What's the most important thing?
Yeah.
Paper and ball pens.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mon. Speaking, spoken like a true expert in the field of communication and information. Thank you, sir.
And thank you very much for that very, very detailed and insightful discussion. Many different aspects. No? But before I forget, let's have, I think, can we have Mr. Yamamoto to join them for the photo op as well, both here and online. Okay, Mr. Yes. Photographers, please take over. Thank you very much. Oh boy. We've had a very, very heavy days of discussions, and thank you very much to all our panelists as well as our speakers, keynote speakers. And to formally close today's discussions, we're very honored to invite Mr. Yamamoto Takeyomi, Director of the National Security Policy Division, Foreign Policy Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, to deliver the closing remarks. Sir. Oh yes, sir. Yeah.
Professor Manhead, Major General Pedro Acosta, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Takeyomi Yamamoto, Director of National Security Policy Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. At first, I'd like to express my congratulations on the successful meeting today and extend my sincere gratitude for all the participants for their contributions. The cyberspace and cyber attacks have no borders. A vulnerability in a country or region can trigger vulnerabilities for the entire international community, potentially posing risks to the society as a whole beyond geographical borders. Against this backdrop, I understand that ASEAN countries, including the Philippines, have been advancing efforts to address changes in the cybersecurity environment based on the ASEAN Cybersecurity Cooperation Strategy 2021 to 2025. These efforts include cooperation in cyber incident response, regional policy coordination, confidence building measures in cyberspace, capacity building, and international cooperation. Through this conference, we could have concrete and beneficial discussions on national institutional policy and technical approaches to enhancing cyber resilience, responses to cyber attacks and threats, and current challenges, and international cooperation in information sharing and capacity building, including through regional frameworks. Building on these discussions, we expect that further steps will be taken towards realizing a free, fair, and secure cyberspace. Japan and ASEAN have built cooperation over a long period. At last month's Japan-ASEAN Summit, attended by Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi, we confirmed that the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific AOIP and the Free and Open Indo-Pacific FOIP share relevant fundamental principles in promoting an open, transparent, resilient, inclusive, and rules-based regional architecture that upholds international law and in maintaining peace, stability, freedom, and prosperity. The cyber domain is also crucial for advancing cooperation between Japan and ASEAN as partners for peace and stability. Prime Minister Takaichi stated that we'll also strengthen our efforts through initiatives such as the Japan-ASEAN Cybersecurity Policy Meeting and the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, AJCCBC. I'm also responsible for Japan, US, Australia, India Quad cooperation, which is an effort to advance practical cooperation towards realizing the free and open Indo-Pacific. Within this framework, cooperation in the cyber domain is a key element. At the Japan, Australia, India, US Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in July 2024, we expressed our intention to accelerate our capacity building projects, including by holding international conference on cyber capacity building in the Philippines, which we held today. Given this background, I'm pleased that we discussed cyber resilience in the Southeast Asian region, including the Philippines. I look forward to further developing initiatives and cooperation that contribute to regional cyber capacity building, utilizing various frameworks. As the security environment undergoes accelerating changes across various domains, the relevance of the cyber domain is growing even more. Furthermore, in the cyberspace, threats, responses, and approaches to cooperation can change rapidly alongside technical innovations, including the AI. Against this backdrop, public-private collaborative efforts will become increasingly important going forward. I hope this conference contributed to advancing cooperation among nations and public-private partnership in the Indo-Pacific region. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to Director Manhet and all those involved at the Strat-Based Institute, as well as to all participants for their efforts in making this a successful and lively conference for discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Takeomi. We would like to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to all of the distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants who have made this forum a success. Speaking as a non-expert, non-technical guy, I feel like I'm one of the flood victims of the recent floods. No, I'm over my neck in terms of all of the information and insights that have been shared today, this afternoon. Indeed, the task of pursuing cyber resilience is challenging and complex. But what is reassuring is that just listening to the presentations and the discussions, there is no shortage of determination and creativity to find the needed solutions. So, we look forward to more conversations on this matter in the future and more work to be done. So for this afternoon, well, this is Monis Berto. I'm wrapping up this program this afternoon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you. We'd just like to remind those who are slated to participate in the afternoon session to please stand by, take some coffee for the meantime. Thank you.